Alright, let's get this stream started and jump straight into some Factory Town. So that whole stream starting thing is like super useful. Now I can like start the stream, make sure that all the Twitch stuff is like, or all the tags and everything else should be okay. Instead of just every time like mentioning it on stream. So that's kind of what I'm using it for. It gives me a little bit of time to prepare all that stuff that might be a bit buggy in the background, just to make things a bit more clean. So we're in Factory Town today. Today is a Tuesday, right? Yes, a Tuesday. And we've got an ongoing save, which is this island hopping scenario. And don't care about those tips. Wait, this is not the right. This is not the right save. This is not the mainstream save. Don't save. That was like an old save from a long time ago, where we had a lot of stuff going on. Okay, so let's see where we were at. Our little factory town here. All right, yeah, I did start making use of this trading post because it's literally just farming sugar and then getting planks as a trade good in return. Yeah, we're eventually gonna use it, but I don't necessarily think we're gonna need it straight away. Oh yeah, and last stream I did also flatten out this entire like island area to the same level, so it's nice and consistent throughout. Doesn't really make a huge difference in the large scale of things to have like a one height difference in between two very close to each other areas. Okay, so we can also convert grain into coal over here, which is kinda useful. We even have like high grain affinity because there's already some grain spawned in, so that's perfect. Of course, you will notice that there's like a bit of a river in between those two areas, so we would need some kind of floaty bridge or whatever going down in order to make that route. And since all our forges and everything else that needs coal is over here, will be a bit of a distance to travel. And right now we're just using these wooden minecarts to transport coal from this manually harvested area, but technically we could have like a small... That would be like such a long distance though. I could of course double lane, like make a wooden rail or whatever that goes down here and then have a second rail that goes all the way back up and make it loop, because then we could just have multiple minecarts go on the same track, like disconnected from each other, so that you don't run into that issue where the more minecarts you have in conjunction with each other, the slower it goes. Would it be worth it though? That is the question. Because we've also got some iron deposits over here already. Yeah, that's coal, and that's also coal over here on the left. So what we could also do is that we could make another smelting place near this iron deposit here, and just like sort of have this thing do its own thing. That being said though, in order to progress, we needed, what was it again? Where was that needed for? I seem to recall there was some place that we needed those reinforced planks, but I can't for the life of me remember where it was. Oh yeah, it was the machine shops. Yeah, so we need to make reinforced planks, which as you can see are a little bit expensive. They require wooden planks and then processed iron into both nails and, is it bars or what is it called again? Plates. So we should probably use those planks that we get from this trading post for that, to that end. Which of course would mean that we would need to make them over here. And that is in the workshop, if I remember quite right. Just double checking that my microphone is actually on. That would be embarrassing. But we are good. That is like the only thing about that whole stream starting thing, is that you have to make sure that you like mute and unmute yourself correctly, otherwise it gets a little bit weird when you jump on and like, hey everybody, and then no one can hear you. But yeah, so reinforced planks, cool. And yeah, both of these two forges, their iron plates are being pulled out and being converted into these industrial knowledge tomes, which are then subsequently being distributed as well in here. So we're not quite reaching the demand for this stuff, but we do also have 16 houses, but that's okay. Everything helps, and it adds to this happiness thing. Well, okay, so percentage, okay, so they're not as many houses actively consuming them, okay, but they're 100% happily supplied with the items, so that's okay. Which means you get that happiness buff, which doesn't just affect the forges in which we're making those plates, but also, of course, everything else that's within the vicinity of this town center. I think there was one more. Yeah, if we want to make another town center, that's also where we need reinforced planks. But that basically means that these two forges can be used directly for this workshop, no problem. Now the only question though, where to put the workshop? Because of course we need to have this rail track here. So I'm sort of thinking like some floating conveyors going into this. Just one from each should be more than enough. And the game does have some aesthetics to it, which, or like some visual aspect that make it so that you can make things look a bit more nice instead of doing what I'm just about to do, which is this. Like, you can have floating things. And the reason why I'm doing this is, of course, so that we can have our cotton, and yes, it does grow just fine underneath. But unfortunately, even though it would look like this would be possible, you can't put these pillars down onto the cotton, as that will take up the same spot as that cotton itself. A bit of an easy way to display this is to do it over farmland. So as you're kind of like understanding what's going on, because that putting down these wooden pillars would basically occupy the same space. Which is actually weird because, yeah, not sure why, because you can do it on roads. Yeah, maybe that's something the developer could do eventually. And hey boy, good to see you there. I'm a little bit earlier up today, not as early as I could possibly be, but it's definitely earlier than most of the other streams that I do. Good to see you here. Oof. See, the thing is, this grabber here, can we do this for now? Thank you. School was just introduction today and I just got home. Oh, I remember that. Back in the day. That was always the I don't want to go back to school, but at least it's gonna be like eased into into the whole thing so you're not getting completely steamrolled by it again. Peekaboo, hey Sistra. You still awake? Or rather, that's probably just that's probably just a side effect of me being up a little bit earlier today. And I should really be up this early, to be honest. Because it's not really that early at the moment. It's literally what is it called in English again? Is it noon when it's about 12 a.m.? So just over midday. How are you? It's been a while since I've seen you in chat. Ah, shoot. I was thinking I want to like flatten it out up here, but now I'm having second thoughts. Let's do like this at least. Should be okay. But yeah, I'm playing a little bit of Factory Town. Not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's got some Factorio vibes. It's got some Satisfactory vibes to it. Though I can't remember if this game actually came out before or after Satisfactory was even announced. It's an active development though, so that's like a moot point regardless. But, you know. Never heard of it. Okay. You heard of Factorio? Satisfactory? Played them even, maybe? It's like one of those titles that's made by a single person as far as I know. Unless he finally hired some people. But the general Satisfactory? Yes. Can't remember if it's spelled that way. You know how game developers are. I think a bond will do the trick here. But yeah, you're familiar with Satisfactory? I mean, all of these games have the thing in common is that they use conveyor belts and are all about automation, of course. Production chains and crafting certain items. God, so many. There's another one as well. What's it called again? Dyson Sphere Project. That's also a really good one. And I kind of want to play that on stream at some point, but I don't know if right now is the right time. Is that another game? What, Satisfactory? You've never heard of Satisfactory either. Oh wow, sister. Well, let me introduce you. So, have you heard of Goat Simulator or shoot, what's the other one? Sanctum, the tower defense. Published by Coffee Stain Studios. Well, no. Oh man, okay. Well, let me show you. So this is Satisfactory. Let's see. I don't remember what this particular trailer shows, but it's a factory game where it's set in full 3D and first person, which is a little bit different from the other ones. So the idea is that you build these automated factories to set up production chains so that you can get more and more advanced stuff. And in Satisfactory particular, the goal is to gradually supply like an orbital supply thing with the materials that you make, so they will sort of ask of you more and more complex stuff over time. Goat Sim, yes. Okay, yeah, so as far as I know, this is made by the same people that made Goat Simulator. Except this is like, you know, a very different kind of game. But yeah, in Satisfactory you have all these like many different ways to set up these logistic systems to supply those materials where they're needed and in order to automate everything. But it also, in Satisfactory, the thing that sets that apart from other factory games, which is why I assume a lot of other people would agree with me, makes it such a good thing, like stand out so much as well, is that it's all about, it's also got a lot of exploration in it. So you're like situated.
Hey, what's up? So this is
Shut the
Satisfactory.
fuck up. So so you're kind of situated on this handcrafted world in Satisfactory, which means that you get like a pick of different places you can start out, but you can go to every other place on this alien world here, and you have to survey the planet to get like resources from different places in order to make certain things. Certain places will have higher density ores, and on top of that there's also like a little bit of parkouring you can do in order to acquire some special materials, and it can get really crazy. And it's multiplayer as well, which is like one huge part of it too that makes it very popular. Unfortunately, I still don't think they have dedicated servers, so that means playing with someone from the US playing with someone in Europe is a little bit choppy, let's say. I've tried it, but it was borderline impossible, at least with the friends of mine from the US. Some of their internet connection speeds weren't really good enough to play this game. But that's Satisfactory, just as a brief overview. I can highly recommend it. You can also get it on the Epic Store, where it was first like come out into early access, but it's on Steam as well now. And as you'll notice, it is a €30 game, making it even more a little bit cheaper in dollars, but you know, it's definitely worth it. And then there's the other one, Factorio. This one, which is a very different but also very similar game. So Factorio, I'm fairly certain came out before Satisfactory was even announced. Like, this was in early access way before that. But this is a two-dimensional pre-rendered, like well, I guess what's it called again? Ah, shoot, I can't remember what the term for it is, but it's it's right on the tip of my tongue too. But it's like that perspective, it's like locked perspective, two-dimensional pre-rendered sort of tile-based game, or whatever you want to call it, which is all about also making factories, except in this game you crash land onto a planet with like no connection to the outside world and have to like survive on your own. And a big part of it is also that the planet happens to be infested with aliens. Here they are, those guys, which they react to pollution. So the more you pollute, the more agitated they become, and over time they'll evolve and become bigger and bigger. So you have to make these automated defenses to sort of take them out as part of your like system. And there's power generation, there's automation. You can even do a bit of wiring if you want to eventually, to make some crazy logic systems. And as you notice, a thing that's a running theme in these factory games, of course, is the conveyor belts transporting, you know, goods across. So it's a lot about resource management, figuring out the logistics of everything, where they need to go.
Imagine a remote and unexplored planet.
But in Factorio, the added, you know, difficulty comes from the fact that there's like enemies in there too. So that's one thing of it. And another thing that's typical for all these kind of games is that you do research to gradually unlock more and more complex things. So just like in Minecraft, in Factorio, you start out literally manually harvesting the things, but then you start automating it, right? Building furnaces and that kind of stuff. Got like a nice time lapse of how complex it can become. And then Factory Town, which is what we're currently playing, is another, like, let's go back to that overlay. Factory Town is a little bit of a mix of different games. So it's got the tile placement like lock-in thing from Factorio, but it's also three-dimensional, so you can build up in height, which sets it apart quite a lot. And it also has some of the same elements from Satisfactory, because Satisfactory doesn't really have, like, it has enemies, but the enemies are kind of like, they're not as big a deal as they are in Factorio. Yeah, they all look interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's why they're so popular. But oh shoot, we've run out completely of stone here. It's not good. But yeah, Factorio is like the whole enemy part of that game, because they are everywhere, and it's an procedurally generated infinite world in comparison to Satisfactory, which is that, you know, pre-built world. In Factorio, you have finite resources as well, so you can exhaust ore deposits completely, forcing you to expand further out where the bugs are, you know, settle down. But in Satisfactory and Factory Town, all the resources are virtually infinite, or infinite. Oh god, they're all named something with factory. In Factory Town, it's a little bit different. Like, we can temporarily exhaust these stone deposits, as we see in the top right. They have a certain amount of resources, but eventually we can make these resource deposits infinite as well. So Factory Town doesn't have any enemies whatsoever. This is all about supplying your village with, you know, commodities and rare curio and such. So the idea is that you build these houses in this game, and then through, like, for instance, down here we have a market where we're piping or conveying in, like, berries and milk, and that those resources are subsequently being sold to our village, which are within range of this building here, and that's why they're all highlighted. So the idea is that you supply them with the things that, like, the different categories of foods and whatever, and in return they will pay you with these yellow coins for these particular like trade goods. But it gets a little bit more complex as you go on. So for instance, where is it? Here we have a general store, which over here we're creating shirts and cloaks that are also being conveyed into this general store and sold to these same houses. But in order to do that, you know, you need a cotton farm, you need a pasture, which a pasture in turn needs animal feed in order to produce leather and fertilizer, and in order to make animal feed you need grain. And that's sort of like, because this whole production chain, right, where any leather that gets produced from the pasture gets conveyed into the tailor shop here that we have to make those cloaks. But then also the fertilizer gets put into this building, which, let's actually just upgrade that, which the fertilizer gets put back into the farms that are producing the same cotton used for said clothes. So you can do a lot of stuff in this game, and the more items we supply to our village, apart from the, you know, coins that we receive, the happier they also become. So if we go back to just any building really that's within range, we'll see here that they can produce 1.8 items per second, and that number will go up and down depending on this happiness bar on the right, or number here on the right. And to accomplish all of this, we have some more resources. Like, of course, there's every single item in the game that you can craft as a resource. And coins are also then like one of the major resources. That you'll notice there's 4 different types of coins. But you also have some other resources, if you will. So for one, we have a limit on how many of these town centers we can build. We have a limit on how many houses we can have. And subsequently, that also determines how many workers we can have, which right now is 73 out of 100. So each one of these production buildings, I'm gonna hover over it. You can see there's like a worker on top here. And we can actually go in here and click this plus button to increase the number of workers that work in there. Though that's rarely ever advised, in my personal opinion. It's better to have many different production chains than putting all your workers in one basket. And then in order to get more house capacity, you can upgrade your town centers. So in the bottom right here, you'll see that some of these buildings, they can be upgraded. So we'll need 500 red coins, 10 metal rails, and 10 iron wheels, which is what we're aiming towards producing next. And subsequently, when we upgrade this building, it'll unlock other parts of the game too, like allow us to build more things, as well as more houses. And there's also the research part, which require you to make these different resources. So like if we open up this research tab here, like we can research industrial knowledge tome level 2, which allows us to make these items. But if we wanted to start making some medicine related stuff, which if I remember correctly is how you get into blue coins, we would first need to make some nature research points, which is made at the laboratory. We have one right next to it here. And then you can open up the recipes, and we don't even have the capability of making those natural tomes yet, so you know, there's no reason to look too much into that. But that is the general gist on how it works. And there's all this research here that's locked. And a little bit like Factorio, we can also expand our territory here. In this game, you have to purchase it with these yellow coins. And it depends on your map settings how big the map is, but I've chosen infinite, which is an option. So we can go out infinitely. And then for each of these tiles that I buy, the map just expands further out. But when I buy them, it also spawns in these resources, like these naturally occurring resources, which until you get far enough into the game is kind of like a finite thing for a lot of stuff. Like for instance, when you first start out and you set you build these basic workers here to manually harvest wood, eventually they'll chop down the trees completely and they'll be gone forever. Well, temporarily forever, let's put it that way. But then once you research farming and stuff, you can make tree planters once you get the materials required, and then you can grow new trees onto those. Similar with crops, they also are exhausted, but you can eventually, when you research farming, plant more of them at the cost of coins. So it's a bit of a give and take thing, and eventually you can completely automate everything. And that is what I was like saying, oh no, because we used to have a stone deposit here, which we have these workers here that manually harvest the stone and put it into this barn for storage. Since it's used for making these wooden rails. But they run out of stone, so I needed to... Fortunately, we do have like another deposit here, but yeah, it's gonna run out eventually too. So what we're currently working on is that we have these forges that receive coal from this manually harvested coal deposit into this barn, and then we have this free long wooden mine cart like vehicle going back and forth that inserts coal into these buildings. whenever they're needed as a fuel source. And then they themselves get iron from the opposite side from this bond here, and convert it into these iron plates. And what we're currently working towards is are these reinforced planks. In order to do that, we need iron plates, nails, and planks. Now, these two forges are making nails and iron plates respectively. By granite blocks 500. Yeah, no, sorry. This is not Rimworld. But we actually have like, so we can do this in multiple ways. So we could make these planks ourselves. Like if I hover over this, you can see, okay, it's produced by a lumber mill and requires 2 wooden logs. Or they can also be produced by a trading post, and you can then subsequently sell these in a general store and a bunch of other details about it. And the second option is just what we can do, because we happen to have a trading post down here that buys sugar and gives you planks in return, which is way more efficient than producing it yourself. Because if we were to produce planks, remember how it's 2 logs for 1 plank? That means you need to have 2 foresters, which will require 2 workers in your capacity, feeding wood into 1 lumber mill, which would require a 3rd worker, and then you would need to double that production, I believe, right? I think. Okay, no, we wouldn't actually. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was 1 or 2 planks. It's fortunately just 1 plank. But that does mean we would need to add another 3 workers just to do that. Now, alternatively, what we've done down here is that we've built a sugar farm, which just requires 1 worker that feeds it directly into this trading post. And then now we can make a railway system which doesn't occupy any workers at all, that goes up and delivers it to the bond. So why don't we go ahead and do that? So if we put this rail down here, make a little, guess we could technically make it here, doesn't really matter too much, loop-de-loop. And what I was talking about earlier was whether or not to get several planks per log. Yeah, I know, but that's not how the game works. That is not how the game works. That being said though, the game has like some really extensive gameplay settings that you can tinker with. So just like the scenario editor for Rimworld, and you know, subsequently with mods you can modify a lot of stuff. In this game you can modify your entire playthrough to your heart's content. So if you wanted to make it so that you actually got more planks per log, so to revert it, you can go in and directly change like all the way down to a single recipe. You could even say like, oh, in order to make logs, you both need to have, or planks, you both need to have like logs, but also some other kind of resource because reasons. And you can customize like how many houses you get per upgrade. You can customize how much happiness is increased. You can customize how many workers you get per house. I think you can also customize like how much the different items sell for. You can customize your win condition, because normally that's like building a particular building, but it could literally be anything like producing a certain amount of resources of a particular thing, or, you know, yeah, as I said, literally anything. And it's just overall like very customizable, which is one of the main reasons why I would recommend this to anyone. So since it has like theoretically infinite replayability just because of that. And most importantly, it's an active development, right? So apart from all that, you also happen to get a lot of content out of the game, or like future content out of the game. Okay. So you notice that it automatically put a rail unloader in there, and that's perfectly fine. Now we don't want these though. So let's get rid of them. Can I actually do that? Okay, well I know I can press delete to remove them as well. And then we have a rail loader here. And if we go into this, double clicking it, filters, we can say, oh, it's right there, the planks. That way only planks are gonna go through. So it's also like, I think a lot of these factory related games have kind of derived from like Minecraft, modded Minecraft in some ways. Like there's no way that they haven't done so. But yeah, now we can have all these, and for some reason they're not picking up. Probably because... Oh shoot, I think I know why. Crap. Oh, I forgot about that. These guys can't like haul everything. Oh, fiddlesticks. Well, that sort of sucks. I think maybe we need to make an actual train with like box cars and stuff in order for that to be transported. Unless there's another way. Because you can put things into boxes as well. This packager here. Oh, we can't make that until we get the reinforced planks. Well, crap. Guess that does mean that we'll just have to make a lumber mill for now. And while I'm like having this selected, you can see there's like a green ring going around here. That is the range of this town center. So basically every house that gets placed within this range becomes part of this town, as long as they're connected via road tiles to the town center. And subsequently each market can also be connected, like, it's probably easier if I show this, but the food market actually has its own range, okay? So you can either place it within range of the houses. They still have to be connected with like roads, or you can also put them in range of the town center, which sort of acts as like a range extender, if you will. I think when you upgrade the town center, this range seems to expand from what I've noticed or picked up on. Some of these mechanics are a little bit new to me because it's been a while since I've played it before. But the general gist is that if you connect things via road, they become part of this town. That's how it's like sort of checking whether or not it's part of the town. And what that means is if I were to build this lumber mill here like this, we wouldn't be getting as much out of it as we could. Actually, I'm surprised that it does actually seem like it... Okay, it doesn't... That's weird. I thought it would matter. I thought it needed to be connected by road, huh? Maybe it's because it's a lumber mill? Or is it because... Is it because these roads have like an extended range or something? Nope. Okay, that's kind of confusing. But if I... Wait, what? How does it still have happiness all the way out here? There we go. So if I build it outside the range of the village, this is what I was sort of trying to understand. You don't get that happiness bonus, and now it only produces 1 per second. So ideally you want to have like things in a location where you get that extra bonus, because otherwise it's going to become really hard to hit the demand of those houses. Yeah, let's set this planks recipe up. So we'll need those 2 log production thingies. which means we'll need a forester. We'll need 2 of those. Let's see, let's do it like this. So they have like a range in which they automatically harvest wood. And this one is like saying, oh, there's no nearby trees, but that's okay. And then let's connect these suckers up like so with conveyor belts. Now, so this one says no nearby trees, right? So why don't we go in and plant some tree planters? And this is probably more than enough. Then we can plant these trees on top. You can also use these tree planters to grow apple trees and pear trees, and I assume also dragon fruit, because that's also a tree, right? Yes. And there is actually a difference between like these dirt tiles. Like we can't put down any, we can't grow anything on this these sandy tiles, unfortunately. So it has to be like this grassy terrain in order for that to happen. And there's also like another mechanic in the game that is fairly new, which for some reason you can only see that when it's in range of a building. But if we look at the one random tree here, you'll see how there's this affinity box or like drop down or whatever, and it says wood affinity and then 100%, which basically means that you get more yield out of these trees. So because of the affinity gets multiplied by 4, since they will still exhaust these trees in terms of the available resources that are in them, and then once it's exhausted, the tree will regrow thanks to the presence of the forester instead of harvesting it manually. And then that's kind of like one major benefit of like, you might ask yourself, well, why would you go all the way out here to harvest berries, right, when you could just grow them yourself nearby? Well, with the current map generation setup that I sort of customized, we're gonna get a lot of islands. So, or we're only gonna get islands, which means the map's gonna have a lot of water. And as a result, like, this is about as big of a flat surface area we're gonna get for free. And if we want to make more, we can flatten terrain, but every time we use this flatten thing, depending on how much we manipulate the terrain, it's going to cost us, like, you can see it in the bottom left, it's going to cost us more and more of these red coins. So in other words, if you were to take, like, say over here, and we wanted to flatten this mountain down, each of these tiles would set us back 40 red coins. And if you remember, the red coins we only get from currently this one building here, this general store, and we get it by selling planks that only sell for 1 red coin per plank. And then each shirt sells for 8, and then each cloak sells for 20. So also, like, you get rewarded more and more for, or more coins for more advanced recipes, right? Similar with food, just putting grain in here would only yield you 1 yellow coin, but if you convert that grain into flour and subsequently bake it into bread, you get a whopping 12 coins instead, right? And some of the other things that are more complex to make, like converting berries into juice, yields you way more coins as a result. And there's more to this too. So like, if we look over here in our food market, you'll notice that we're full on berries. And that's because we've hit like the supply demand, which means that eventually, if you want to make more coins per second, then you need to, you know, expand your production into things that you're not supplying yet. The same, we're selling just straight up carrots over here, which is also like, that demand is also being hit very, very quickly. Anyways, I need to set this up to harvest wood. And then this is already producing planks, so we just need to pipe or convey that in there. No, we don't. Oh yeah, I guess we could convey it in there, but actually let's not do that, because it's kind of like supposed to just go in here. So let's build like a raised platform, like so. And there we go. And you can also get like faster conveyor belts, like these ones that we have are cloth conveyor belts. The game recently got like an early tier logistics setup stuff. So for instance, these wooden rails are completely new to the game, and as a result there's also wooden conveyors now that are basically just a bunch of rollers set onto like a wooden frame or whatever. You can also like early game make chutes. So say like these are very limited in what they can transport. I don't know if this actually works. No, I don't think so. Oh, it does work. Yeah. So you can like also do this, right? So we can tell all our workers that instead of like supplying directly into there, we can tell them to put it into like an intermediate spot instead. Like so. But then they'll like try and reach this one tile every single time. And you can only like drop it in on the start and end point, so that'll just make it a little bit inefficient unless I guess we could make 2 of these. Or I could also do like this, but then, you know. And you'll notice that this game is very clever in terms of like all this stuff. So notice how even though I remove some part of this chute, they still know exactly where to go. And that's one of the things that sets this game apart from a lot of other factory games, is that you can move around stuff a lot easier. You don't need to like make a complete blueprint of an entire factory setup. So as long as there's no resources in the building, I can like just take the move tool and move this building anywhere I want, and it'll keep all its internal settings, which can be very useful in a couple of situations. Subsequently, also, if you demolish a building, you get all your resources back and they just get chucked into the town center if there's room. So that's why we have like milk and all the other kinds of things in here. But you can clear those out if you ever desire so, or need to. Okay, so now we're getting these reinforced planks here. And I kind of want to transport those over into our town center just because there's so much storage space in there. So you can also put them into bonds, which will make the resources available to you when building and stuff. But the town center, actually I don't know if, that's actually something I'm a bit unsure about. Because like for instance, in order for these houses to upgrade, these can also be upgraded. Oh right, and if we want to do that, we need to supply them with nails, which actually we're producing nails over here. So so if I take a wagon, let's just do that for now. I could technically take nails from this building and transport them over like this. So now this wagon is gonna like pick up nails and move them into the town center. Now the difference between the rail cost and all that and the things in the worker tab, of course, is that things in the worker tab requires 1 population as well. So the main benefit being that a wagon can carry 4 resources instead of 1. So, you know, that's like 1 benefit. And we can actually also upgrade this road to this cobbled path so that it gains like an increased movement speed. And then let's see. Oh, right. I forgot that I temporarily disabled that thing. And of course, now if I were to set another one of these wagons onto this path, moving the reinforced planks from this building over into our town center, like it would work, but there's a good chance that they're gonna congest in here because there's only like one wide path. And that's why these paths are like free wide, is to allow for that kind of like temporary solution until you get something more permanent in my village here. But what I could do to sort of mitigate that problem temporarily is to just move this bond back a little bit. Put some of this on here. Then we can just do like that. And then let's also remove these chutes. Which, let's just try and let's just keep using them. I never really end up using chutes because conveyors just seem to be doing a better job, generally speaking. But that's they do have like one benefit, and that's if you place them up on a higher point, they go faster in, right? So you can increase the speed at which they go in. And you can actually merge chutes as well. So if I were to do this, like this would also work. So if we take this guy, you'll see now there's two inputs. But these are only really good for manually like moving goods in like this. I don't know if you can actually does a conveyor belt even do they integrate? Because you could test it out. Will this work? No, it will not. Okay, there might be a way to do it because you have some other like things that you can do too. So for instance, if this chute were to get congested, I do believe it will work, but a bit unsure. But you can make like crates that act as a buffer, provide small storage space to store items, does not auto output. Okay, so that one does not auto output contents to chutes. Maybe the silo would do it, because that's basically an increased capacity over a crate, and these only take up one tile. So the idea is that, you know, any number of things can like, or up to a certain amount, I guess, can go into this crate, and then that crate can continuously send off things. You can also then put those crates onto these railway systems so that you have multiple pickup like sites, and then they act as a buffer. Of course, you can also just use a bond for that same purpose. Okay. Anyways, let's get this stuff going. And do tell me if these long ass explanations bore you guys, because and you would rather just see like the gameplay and try and figure it out by yourself, because I like explaining things, but I can also understand like why some people might not want to listen into like a long ass detailed explanation of everything. Is there a hopper? Like, as in, are you thinking in terms of Rimworld hopper or Minecraft hopper? Because a hopper is basically an inserter. So in this game, it works a little bit differently. So for instance, if I put a conveyor belt like this, I can still put things onto here, but it's in this game it's like logistics blocks, as they're called. So if I were to take this grabber here, notice how it also takes that iron out, just in general. Not exactly. Like, this is actually a case where I guess I can explain it a little bit. So this is basically the same functionality of like a hopper, right? So you use a grabber to take the things out. And then in this case, I use a splitter to put things in, but also to split them off into the next one. And what this does differently than, I think you can use a pusher as well. Will redirect matching items of a belt or chute if there's space, otherwise we'll let it pass. Yeah. So the difference between using a pusher and a splitter is that this thing, if you pay attention, every second of these iron ores is going to pass forward, right? So you can use this to distribute items. Of course, you know, the further down we go, the longer it'll take for the last building to get resources, but it does at least mean that every single building does get some resource eventually, so that not just the first building gets fed with iron. Because as you notice, we need 2 iron ore for each of these buildings in order to smelt it into something. Apart from the nails, that's 1. So realistically speaking, we would have multiple belts and much more like in terms of iron gathering here. But then we would need definitely more chutes. Or conveyors. I don't actually know. Would a conveyor be better in this case? Because of course we can do this. Well, if those workers weren't in the way. Because of course we don't want to have like a lot of workers walk around on the roads either. But we can do this. Now we have 6 workers here. Transporting iron in. Yeah, now we can actually keep up with the demand on this belt here. But of course, we might want to have like a secondary belt. We can actually, like, that's actually a reason to do that now too. So how would we do that? I mean, we could literally just do this. And then add these frames here. And they have to be too tall so that the wagons can pass underneath here. But then if we do another belt here, it'll automatically like attach a grabber if you do it in the right orientation. And then what we can do is that we can technically do this. I know this splitter is a freeway splitter, so it's also gonna split in the right hand side. I don't know if we can actually just do this. I think this is fine. I don't think you can split things back the way it came. So what this does now, of course, is that these belts are technically working together now in order to feed all of this, because all of these metals are being split off, and still also sort of adhering to that previous thing I was mentioning where, you know, it tries to distribute the things more evenly. Of course, it's not completely even, but it's definitely better than nothing. Okay, let's actually, I forgot to start up Stream Raiders today. But that's probably because I fell in to talk with you guys. Ah, and now our forester here, see all these trees have grown. But if we look at these, they have like 22 wood in them compared to these other trees that have about up towards 50. And that's because of that affinity. You can build up affinity slowly, but as far as I know, there can only be 1 affinity per tile. So that means, like over here, I grew grain on top of a bunch of tiles that had forests there naturally occurring, which means that they already had wood affinity. So that means in order to get grain affinity, you first have to revert that wood affinity, which they've not really gotten that far, but then again, the demand isn't as high right now. And then only once you've removed the previous affinity can you start building up the affinity for the new resource. Which of course means that if it's naturally occurring there, it's already at 100%. meaning that putting down things like resources into those positions is highly inefficient because you're going to need to have many more resource tiles in order to do that, like in order for it to be efficient. Anyway, so stream raiders. Let's see here. So where were we dropping off last time? Yeah, we were around here, so we're not too far away from a boss battle. So if you want to be part in this, jump into that link and let's get going. It's a lot of worms on this one, so I'm gonna help out with a tiny tank. Or a tank, since they get that 30% defense bonus versus ranged. So if you have like a Centurion, I think it is, that can be beneficial. And then I am thinking maybe some, maybe not right there, but maybe some rogues there. Oh, I never even thought about using these. As soon as this slot opens up, I'll join in. Oh yeah, I forget that. Yeah, I think Boy had that. Was it you, Boy, that had that yesterday? Or you were in like someone else's thing? Yes. Yeah. Then we probably want some armored units around here or something, because we're like, there's like so much terrain shit going on this map that whenever even like these worms are like protected by that slowing web and stuff. Now let's see, can upgrade the Mythic Flying Rogue. Okay, see if there's anything here. 2 minutes to battle in the random captain I joined. Captain spells? Nope. Meh. Let's just get this stuff. I don't really particularly care where I spend all the coins at in this game, other than I prioritize scrolls, purchases of course. I think didn't I also get like a skin the other day? Oh, where is that again? Maybe on the tab called Skins Dragon. So what was it called again? It's like a diamond something or whatever. Was it a diamond tank? Yeah, this one. I kind of think it looks pretty cool, so I wanted to switch into that one. Get that flag bearer skin in there. I think the coolest skin that I really do like that War Beast T-Rex thing with gold armor. That looks hell dope. But you know, maybe if I become a big streamer one day, we can have dragon themed skins too. That could be fun. But then again, you know, who knows how long Stream Raiders is gonna live for. After all, like YouTube is the better platform to be on in comparison to Twitch. I like my Warbeast Shock. Yeah, that's a fun one too. Okay, let's think about this for a moment. Watched a streamer doing a skinathon over the weekend and I picked up about 7 free skins. Jeez. 3 or 4 of which I'll actually use. Well, that's pretty nice. That's just something I obviously can't do because I'm a poor boy. If I were a bigger streamer, then that could be like of interest to you, then that would be something I would be doing. Now I remember. Sister, you haven't been here, so you don't actually know about this yet, I guess. But I added something to my streams, to my Streamlabs specifically. So if you scroll down, this might look a little bit weird, but if you scroll down on the Streamlabs, stream into the stream panels here, you'll see this new loyalty store thing. Try show them to me. Okay, I'll take a look in Stream Raiders then before we start. I'll try and remember. So what we've got in this loyalty store now is that you can actually, through your loyalty points that you have been accruing over time, by the way. I've just never used the system. It's been enabled, so you've been making these points. But you can like redeem those points now for sound bites. So like, just like Tumbling Satellite, I've got that raid sound thing. I've just, you know, implemented in my own way. And you can actually click these directly and click redeem. But I've also put in the commands. So the command is like exclamation mark redeem and then a certain quote unquote sub command for each sound. But for some reason it doesn't show in here anywhere. So I decided to put them into the descriptions themselves. I'm still at 50 points though. Really? That's interesting. But yeah, so you can like do stuff like that now. And right now there's just a 1 minute cooldown on them per user, so it's not too terrible. Been in that for like 3 streams now. That's strange. Let me just jump over to Factory Town. I can't remember if there's any sensitive information on Streamlabs itself. But as you might have noticed as well on that page, you can actually also see the stream chat. You can also see all the Streamlabs commands that exist in the on my streams, which is kind of cool. And it even tells you what all the commands do too, like exactly how they work. Let's see here, streamlabs.com, because this is something like if you're not getting those points, then obviously that's something I need to look at then, just try and figure out what's going on. You should be getting points automatically, I'm fairly certain. Yeah, I don't think there's any sensitive information, so I can probably show this just fine. But yeah, I've got like a full list of everyone's points in here. So you'll notice that Commander Root, which is the bot account, has like 10,000 coins. So if I just type in boy, does it like say no? W21. Yeah, that's weird. It says you have 0 hours on the stream. That's weird. That is very weird indeed. That's Comito. So it's working for a lot of people that I recognize, like Ockham is also in here. So you should be getting them automatically. Oh, this is done. Oh shit, that's actually, thanks for that, sister. I've totally forgotten about that. Yeah, I haven't updated that particular panel ever since. Let's actually just fix that right now. Just do like this. I have heard some rumors apparently that someone is working on what you call it, Puppeteer to revive it, but it's just rumors right now. So hopefully, that's Sirandu or Sir Randu. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like Puppeteer. I was in Spoonerton's chat yesterday, talked about it a little bit there, and like he said, he liked Puppeteer not so much for the fact that people can, as much for the fact that people can control their pawns directly instead of work priorities and all that stuff, but more that it gives you a UI for managing seeing how many coins you have, like dynamically updated without spamming chat, and you can also see, you know, your equipment and customize your pawn, and generally just see a lot of the information that right now requires you to use like a billion commands that just puts a wall of text into chat. Hey Andre. Well, hello to you at least. And goodbye. Nah, I'm joking. It is a Tuesday, and I am not in school, so being a full-grown man and stuff, I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Not saying that you're necessarily in school, but you know. Okay, well, we can't do anything with those planks until we continue forward. So what else did we... Oh yeah, right. Getting a little bit lost into where we're going. Let's just research that because we can. So why did I need those reinforced planks again? It was to build a workshop. No, not a workshop. A machine shop. That's fine. And we can just put that anywhere and move it around as we want. Didn't want to be here anyway. Well, Andre, the good news is that, well, Andre, who doesn't want to be here, my Rimworld is actually almost ready to go now. I've been working on it on and off whenever I've had the time, but I wanted to do a bit more this time than the last time we ran the colony. So now I'm like running custom mods and patches and stuff to allow us to do things that you won't find on anyone else's stream. Like literally doesn't exist anywhere. So Banana Move is also in here. Wow. Why are you all popping in here? Is it because of the Rimworld tagline or something? Or is it just because I'm this early in the day and you've got nothing better to do? I haven't seen you guys for, a lot of you guys, for like a very long time. Though I do acknowledge that, you know, summer and stuff might have something to do with it. But it's good to see you in here, Banana Moo, as well. That classic hey guys emote there. So the reason why we built this thing here is because we need iron wheels. Yeah, Drac. And that is actually like the icon for that is actually that just going back to this. So that coin that you see here in the panel, that is the Drac coin, which is an asset I made like many years ago for a Minecraft server that we were running, and we found out you could do custom like remind you, this was when we were still just running bucket vanilla stuff, but we found out that through a separate plugin you could add in your own items. But yeah, wait for like another week for Rimworld. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be about another week, I think. There are some things that I still need to do. Like yesterday I was looking through the store for TTK, got that all sorted out now, but I still need to look at all the trait purchases, because since we'll be running with Rimworld of Magic, I need to figure out whether or not I want to keep, like how I want you to be able to buy things in there.
Have a banana.
Oh, fucking hell. Yep. that definitely does work. And do let me know if the audio levels on your end is too loud or too quiet, because I have to like go into every single item and change the volume level. So the sooner I figure this out, the better. And what I'm doing is that the sound clips that I'm putting up, I've normalized the sound level so that hopefully once I figure out a good like sound level for the settings on Streamlabs, because all the sound levels of all the individual clips are normalized, I can just set it to the same thing everywhere. I just need to figure out what the number needs to be. So, but yeah, iron wheels, that's what we want to do, but we're gonna need so many iron plates. Oh god, these are so expensive. So like, in order to make one iron wheel, we'll need 2 iron plates, which to make 1 iron plate, you need 2 iron ore and 2 fuel, which can be done through coal, so it's not an issue, but this is something we need to make somewhere else. And we do have some iron over here that we can use. So that's probably what we're gonna do. We're just gonna delete this forest here. And now, even though I'm removing these trees, the ground affinity stays the same. So they should be roughly the same volume? Yes. Like, rather, the volume peaks of each sound clip should, and like, yeah, the volume peaks should be the same level. And I did normalize it because some of the sounds, you know, they come from all different kinds of places, so they have all kinds of internal volumes. So instead of having to like fiddle around with different settings on Streamlabs, I decided to just harmonize the sound levels that way. Should get power this week if the electrical company ain't gonna be dipshits again, and if they are, I'm breaking their kneecaps. Well.
We got your favorite thing, disappointment.
I can do those as well. It does sound like the sound clips are very low volume compared to the game audio. Do let me know though, because I can hardly hear them over here actually. Okay, so iron plates. We just put that there for now. Get back into the game a little bit. So we'll want 2 forges for the iron plates, I think. Okay, kinda. So what makes this a bit tricky is that there's also this work units thing. So in order to make one of these iron wheels, there's 10 work units to make one of those, right? Which is basically going to be how many of these you can make per second. Now for the iron plates though, if we take this recipe here, it takes 6 work units, which means that if we add 2 of these buildings, it's gonna be just slightly more than what this machine shop can handle, but we have a way around that. So I think it's better to take the iron plates in here and then take it from there and move forward. Okay. Yeah, let me actually reach shit net areas to see you all in a week. Alright, Andre. Yeah, like these settings here, notice like 3% master volume. So let's try and tune that down a little bit. I had the same issue when I was playing oh, Stream Raiders. Yes, Stream Raiders is also still a thing. Got 11 minutes. Should be plenty of time. And it's the first fight of the day, so don't worry too much about it.
Wow, this is absolutely mint.
Whoa, wait, what? Oh, Banana Move, you didn't have to do that. Thanks. Jeez, that's awesome. You absolutely did not have to do that. Thanks. Thanks a lot. It says you tipped $5. I mean, I forgot to join until now. Okay. So it says you've tipped $5. Was that? Oh, I need to figure out where you did that through. Did you do that through through Patreon? Can't remember if that's where it says tipped thing. I think it must have been, right? Streamlabs. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it's like if you ever feel like it, on my Patreon, what is the lowest one? I think that would actually have been around $5. And you could just do a month there as well, and it would give you some perks on the Discord, I guess. In the future, I actually think I actually need to update this, by the way. These membership levels. Because right now it doesn't say that it does it, but this private community pod, I think I want to make that as part of the lowest tier as well. So, but I also want to give people like some benefits through this. I actually wanted to ask Sir Randu about this, if we could make some kind of Patreon hook in, because right now, what do you call it? Toolkit only sort of is integrated directly into Twitch. So if you become like a subscriber on Twitch, for instance, which you can't do on my channel, you would automatically be put into that subscriber group in TTK, which gives you more coins. And I kind of want to do something there, but with like Patreon or Streamlabs or whatever it be. So, because I think you guys should clearly be rewarded for like supporting the stream more than just like a big thumbs up, you know? So I'll see if I can figure out something, or maybe just ask him about it. Knowing Sir Randu though, he's a little bit busy with a lot of other things that needs fixing. Okay. So our coal is down here, but we also, yes, we also have a coal deposit up here. So let's flatten this out. But yeah, Rimworld progress is going okay. I've been making custom mod stuff for it this time. Like making my own texture mod, and the ores mod helped me understand XML enough in terms of Rimworld, at least, on how to do patches. So one of the things we'll be able to do is use all these fancy metals for stuffable crossbows. So you'll end up being able to have a Bananite crossbow if that's what you want. It could also be a Bananite repeating crossbow, just as one example. Because yes, I'm planning on going, of course, you know, using all those ores in there. But you know, what point is there to have a lot of ores if you can only use it for melee weapons and armor and structures? And not even all of the structures at that, so that's where the custom patches come in. And I think, do we actually wanna... I think we actually wanna diverge this road here. Because obviously these need to be connected somehow. So maybe it wouldn't... Would it make more sense? Nah, I don't really know. So what I'm debating with myself is, would it make sense to put the forges on the right hand side or left hand side of a road here? But what we could do is just do this. Remove some of these tiles. Just to give us some more space on this right hand side. Maybe also remove these trees, I don't know. Got so many red coins, which is used for all this terraforming stuff. So we can like make some space. And then what we can also do to this machine shop is we can add this red coin booster, which is a newer feature. So now it gives us this extra plus button here. So what that means is that if for some reason we're producing more than enough metal plates into this, we can boost the production by paying red coins as an additive for each craft. So every red coin we add to this means that we produce one more per second. But it does also mean that we're using our red coins as a result. So, you know, you gotta make those red coins in one way or another. Okay, so we'll also need some bonds there. And I guess we can just make one down here. Yeah, this will do okay. There's like a clusterfuck of stuff over here though. Like there's these mana shots, trees, cotton, and of course the coal deposit. And then there's even cactus fruit here. All in one huge pile. Let's try and do something like this. Actually, I guess there's no point in having two in the middle here. Do like this. And then shoots in there. No, they could, to be fair, just put it directly in, but now they don't even have to move. Now we just upgrade that building for capacity. Then we can build some wooden rails to maybe hook it up. Okay, let's try and figure out where to put this sucker. You know what? Let's actually continue the road just to the right instead. Because then that would leave this entire area open for us. Actually, let's move it back a little bit like this, just so that it's flush with these buildings. There we go. Oops. And you can be like aesthetic in this game as well. Like one of the recent updates added a bunch of different stuff. Like we have this decor section down here, of course, but the main thing that was added was structural blocks. So in here now, like you can do a lot of crazy stuff with this, of all kinds of materials. So if you wanted to, you can actually make like a castle out of these stone bricks with, I haven't even tried these, like small hedges and stuff. So it's a very chill, quaint little game. Can make these stone parapets, so if you wanted to make a castle, you could. You know, you can build these upwards as well, so... Let's see, the stone walls, I think... Yeah, that's not what I was thinking. But these stone blocks you can stack on top of each other to make a castle. And just put a building inside and hide it completely away. A little bit like the old roller coaster tycoon kind of games, I suppose. Not really much need for it in this game though, but you can. Okay, like this. I like castles. I think that's a fairly human thing to feel, right? And I wonder, and I suppose actually that it's just got something to do with like castles make you feel safe. And there's just something like so iconic about it that, you know, you just want to be in one. Or maybe like, because they're like such popular staples from fantasy and such that they're easily recognizable as like a fantasy universe feature as well. There's a lot of things that go along with it. Okay, now this distance isn't really that long, but that's okay. do like this. And this time I'm gonna make it a looped path compared to what I have in other places. And you can like go really crazy with these rails and make all kinds of like junctions. So if I did that, the carts would be able to go either way around in order to go to that path. Of course, you know, you can make congested rails where two opposing rail carts will just go into each other and stop. But now we can have these go in here. 5 units. Okay. Imagine the heating bill is astronomical. Well, I mean, Flaming Dome of Berserker with ping pong paddles and a Dogecoin to the moon flying rogue. Okay, that's awfully specific. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know exactly what we can do to help us out here. So this is a flying rogue, you say, a berserker. Jesus Christ. Domo. Domo-kun. That's like such an old thing too, right? A war beast and a healer. I mean, other than putting down a defensive buff, there's not really much else I can do to help us out. Because it won't really help us to put down a damage increasing buff or a speed buff, I don't even think. Because we have to take out 71 units with 5. So even though they're all level 1, I don't think this is gonna happen. Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Oh no, they're coming for me. Whatever will I do? This guy is like taking a fucking beating and a half though. But he also does literally no damage. To be fair, the worms are so easy to kill when they're level 1. But it's okay. I kind of expected this to happen because when I ended the stream last, we were in this peculiar situation where we had a lot of units and it's just like, it was midnight. I think it was actually past midnight. So, geez, okay, never mind. It's still gonna throw like 1 billion units. Now it's just like 2 types. So you've got worms and you've got a bunch of other crap. Well, I'm gonna put down a tank again because these counter the worms pretty well. And then there's just the rats, but they are also not like super hurtful. So we definitely need some kind of buffing units. Because you can use the rogues, but they just move too fast compared to our support units, so they end up taking out some units, but they probably get themselves killed. That was a very good choice, because boosting allied armor unit defense. Actually, if you put 2 Centaurians next to each other, do they buff each other? Because that would be better than having 1 tank, is to have multiple Centaurians. Well, I guess the tank has like way more hit points, but this is also an epic unit, so I don't know. That's just like something I just thought about though. Yeah, so now we have these wooden minecarts that are transporting coal back and forth. Or not back and forth, they're just transporting it forth, I guess. And they can carry 10 units each, right? So that's 20 coal being transported each time they go about there. And let me think about this one. So if we do like this and this, then we can hook these up with conveyors. And again, conveyors, just like the trains and such, they don't, you know, require people, so they're free transport. But for long distances, you need trains. Because each conveyor belt costs, well, 1 cloth conveyor belt, which you have to craft as well. Unfortunately, these buildings are going to be outside the range of our town center, like way beyond the range. And there's not really much I can do about that than trying to squeeze it into this AoE, but A lot of the AoE is also, you know, within the water zone, and it would probably be better just to try and build another town center in a new city somewhere, because you can do that now. That wasn't a thing you've always been able to do, but it's something you can do now at least. Now, because there's no road on this side, we can just do like so. There we go. And then we need the iron ore, which is going to come from the opposite side. Yeah, so that'll have to be fed in on the side that we're taking the ingots out, I would say. You can also do Control C and Control V. I forgot about that. So this should have the, yeah, it comes with the iron plate recipe like saved. Oh yeah, we're not supplying these houses down here with nails, which we can apparently do just fine because we're producing way more nails than anything else. So let's take this, move it into there, because then once enough nails have been supplied, actually wait, no, that's not how you do it. What am I doing? That's not how you do it. I think it's in the here. Here we go. That's where the nails go. They go into the general store. That actually does simplify it a little bit. You know what we could do? That would probably be the better choice here. Just copy this building and delete that cart. And then we just extend these out a little bit. Don't really have to go all the way, but I like to be consistent. Add these inserter things or splitters. And then we just need to extend the railroad. Like so. Oh shit. Botched that up. Because we wanted to only go in that one direction, not in both. Just so that the rail carts don't get confused and end up running in a loop. There's like some AI behind it, so they kind of try and take the shortest path regardless, but you know, might as well be safe. Don't want that rail offloader there though. Do notice how slowly these move though. It does at least work, however. And then we should be able to take this general store here. Oh, that's just a perfect placement. Just barely within range. So this general store will link up to the town center. And then through the town center be linked up to all the houses within its range. So now we can do an output here of nails that goes directly into this general store. So all the nails that we're making in this forge now are being supplied to the houses and being sold for red coins. But we're also supplying them with nails, and that way they can upgrade. In the past you used to like upgrade these like the town center, which this is a button, an upgrade button. So you needed to store all this stuff in your inventory and then click the upgrade button for each house. But now it's been changed so that you need to supply it through the different merchants and like different buildings and such. You can technically also transport resources directly to each house, but you know, a house will always be a 3x3, so there's only 12 at most inputs per house. And then, you know, you would need like an insane infrastructural setup in order to supply just one house with all the things they need. Though I guess you could also like mix different things onto like one conveyor belt. But I don't know if you would be able to do that well enough to like not have it congested eventually. Okay, So back over here though, we do have this situation. And the reason this road is free wide is just so that we have space for these conveyor belts. Because now I can just do like this. Oop. It's like one too far. From what we needed at least. And there's like some intelligence to how you're placing those like these stilts and such. Like for instance, if I were to like do a straight line here, notice how I can't go like below. I don't know why I managed to do that over here. I think it's because, yeah, that's where I started with. So like you can only go like straight away from this. And similarly, if I were to do this and then put this layer on top, like it's the same rule, but you can, and you can't really like put it much, I guess it kind of like allows you to go in certain places. But on top of that, also if you were to remove things, and I just did it here and drag a line, then it does keep the pillars underneath. So, you know, you can build some things and it's not too tedious to do. And it's one of those things in this game that are being improved upon like as time goes on, from what I've noticed. Well, we'll need a lot of input in terms of ore though. Kind of makes me wonder if we even have the space to do it here. Can we... Is that a thing we can do? Okay, good. So these can actually transport iron ore. Actually, I want to try something. Just to be a little bit different. I will, of course, remove the roads down here, but yeah. That's okay. Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this. It's gonna be a little bit different from what you would usually do in the past, but the reason why is because these wooden rails are fairly new, and they're supposed to be like a gateway so that you can get into using these minecarts earlier game than normally, because you would otherwise need to make those iron wheels that we're currently trying to produce in order to even get started with minecarts in the past, which does make like some things a little bit more difficult to build. Yeah, the reason why I was thinking that minecart solution might be good is because then we can just do like this. We could technically... We might actually want to invert this now that I think about it. So this is like a very tall building, which I believe, like, you can build really, really tall things in this game. Now I don't know if this will allow for it, maybe not. But I do believe because it's a taller building, we might be able to, maybe not. Maybe I'm just talking shit right now. Because like, okay, maybe not. Because like, you know, we can do it with these buildings, one up, it'll basically show like, oh, okay, it's highlighted, so it'll sort of, you know, extract those resources. But maybe that's not the case with this building after all. For some reason I thought it would be. It's not what I wanted. Okay, it might be able to go a little bit higher than the others. Nah, I think it's probably the same. I also somehow managed to lift this road up by building a platform underneath it. I didn't know that you could do that. Huh. So does that mean if I... Okay, doesn't quite do that. But yeah, you can build like paths such as this too. So you have like, you know, your roads going over the rails. I find it a little bit simpler to keep the roads on the ground floor though. Okay. But yeah, I want to keep the rails down lower to the ground because that makes them a little bit easier to put down. And then we can put these conveyor belts just on top. You know, it does the same thing in effect, but it makes it hopefully easier to extend the rails if we need to move them over. So I guess that does mean I have to build like a bridge across here, which is what I just said I preferred. I didn't want to do, but whatever. It's not the end of the world. And now we can do multiple things. We could either build a crate, get some iron plates for a silo, or just build a barn. I guess we're just gonna build a barn. These don't need to be connected up with the road, but let's do it anyway. And this is not gonna be an unloader. This has to be an loader, like so. Then in here we just specify iron ore. And these, as you notice, like they don't have any filters on them, but we could say like, oh, only offload iron ore here, right? And the reason why that is useful is because that way you can have train wagons like these. Like we can have different mine carts transporting different things. So I could go over here and put an item filter on this mine cart, right? And I can also put filters on the barn so that these different inventory spaces can only take specific resources. And that way you can have multiple things going down the same path. So instead of having these two tracks that we have now, I could technically have moved coal from this deposit up here into this barn down here, and then just filter it out so that half of the inventory spaces would be for iron ore and the other half would be for coal, and then we would load both coal and iron ore out here, but filter the actual carts so that, like, you know, half of the carts transport coal and the other half transports iron ore. And then that would clear up a lot of space in the back for other logistics things that might become relevant later. Right now, though, it's not really that important. And I can hook up these carts together, but I don't see any reason to. So let's just have them like staggered, such as this, and that should be fine. Now we just need the iron ore, though. And we are running out of like worker capacity, but that's gonna change soon, so. Can also build some roads around here actually to speed their movement up a little bit. Like this. And then we will also need, not a wagon, goddammit, rail car. And then we just need to set up the loader and unloader things. Minecart unloader. Blop, blop, blop. There we go. Of course, these move very, very slowly at the moment, but they are also, you know, a lower tier minecart thing. Eventually, you can get trains that need coal or other fuel sources to be powered, and they can go uphill and stuff like without losing speed that much. Though the amount of cars you put onto them also affects how fast they go. And I don't know if you can do it anymore, but you used to be able to at least hook up the minecarts directly to the trains, but now we've got these box cars and such that I haven't messed around with before, so I'm curious to see how that works out. But yeah, so now we should be producing these iron wheels. Very good. And we just need to store those iron wheels anywhere so that they can be used for upgrades and building stuff. So for all intents and purposes, let's just pipe them directly into a barn, maybe right next to it on this side or on this side. Let's just do this. We've got the space down here, so why don't we just take this grabber, put them in like this. And then if we upgrade the barn, that also upgrades how many things you can store in there. And then, you know, you'll need gradually more and more advanced resources to upgrade certain buildings. Any hoosers. That's strange. Has 10 iron plates, but why are they not being grabbed? Eh? Is it because... Oh, it's because the orientation of that belt was wrong. Lul. Okay. But yeah, we need like more iron ore than this. Fortunately though, we just have gotten our worker capacity increased. So now we can have 132, and the reason why is because these houses have been upgraded now. Oh, and we need to supply them with reinforced planks. Well, that's nice. How do we best do this? Because we have 512 in storage up here. Though we need those for other things as well. Because we're making them over here in this workshop. So... Oh, it's a bit cramped over here, however. But we could maybe make this work. And what I'm thinking is... we could technically just pipe it directly into this general store. But would that be a smart idea? Because the thing I'm worried about is that if I do that, I don't think that wagon that drives back and forth ends up being able to pick up anything, because all the all the reinforced planks would keep being pulled out before I even got a chance to pick them, since they're not produced as frequently. So it's only if you're like overproducing that it gets to do stuff. This iron deposit is also getting low. We do have like a... Whoa, we do actually have a ton of iron over here. Maybe this is just where I need to make my factory. And it would be okay, like a prime spot to do so too, because all of this is going to be sand. So if we just flatten out some of this. Oh yeah, and you can reintroduce the water. You can lower and raise the terrain other than just flattening it. And water depth actually does have an influence too. So apart from the fact that it increases the red coin cost because, you know, more and more steep terrain, there are also certain buildings like these wells. They actually have like a connected water tiles thing as well onto them. It's not so much for use for the wells, I don't think, as much as it's used for farms. But if you put a farm next to some, like if they're within range of like normal water, they automatically receive water into their thing. So instead of flattening this out to be the same level as up there, because all of this is sand anyway, it might actually be like, you know, a better idea to do something like this maybe, though it's just outside of range. So you would need to sacrifice some land, you know, or move the farms closer to the edge, but that would work. Like, it doesn't matter how far down, I don't think. As long as it's within that AoE effect, then it would get water. And then you wouldn't need to do what I'm doing, which is to pipe or convey water that gets pulled out of a well and put onto a conveyor belt. To be fair, this is more than efficient enough for most use cases though, so meh. I'll tell you what though, we are producing enough planks over here. It's just the iron ore that's like halting greatly because, well, it's manually harvested. Now we can make a mine. They call it a mine. But that requires us to first produce pickaxes, which requires a workshop and, what do you know, reinforced planks and iron plates. Is all water at sea level, or can you have lakes and ponds at higher altitudes? No. You're correct on that assessment. The water level is a fixed like sea level, so basically in order to get it you need to be, you know, at sea level in order to have water, which is why like like these sort of biomes out here, right, they have a lot of raised terrain, so although there's water around them, like if I wanted to flatten this would, like each of these tiles would cost 35 red coins, and if I wanted to flatten it down it's going to be the same, you know, just in the opposite direction. So sort of to add to the challenge. Actually, let me just show this because, you know, this is maybe a game that's a bit more new to you guys. I think this is what I want to do. Yes. So if you were to go into a custom new game here, one of the things that you can do is, where is it? Is it starting map? No, that's not the one. Is it scenario then? No. I had trouble finding this last time as well. It's kind of weird. Is it just advanced? No, these are default settings. Ah, there we go. So this is random gen settings basically for your world, where of course each region is going to be like a square tile, but what you can do here is that for one, you define your starting biome from a list of biomes, and there's quite a lot. It's like you could say, oh, I want to start in an oasis biome. But then what you also set is these available biomes, and you can like say that the only biomes that are available are archipelagos, which is one of the things I've got on my map. So to add to the challenge of the game, you can sort of put in easy or change the difficulty. You can sort of use these settings to make for more difficult or easier maps to do, you know. Oh yeah, and the map size right now is medium, so that's why it's like capped off out here, I think. So these are like the different default map sizes or whatever, but you can also go infinite, at which point it'll just show you like it'll just keep going, right? And you can toggle on and off as many of these as you want, so a map entirely consisting of oases, which is going to give you very little grass to work with, of course. So that's another way, like you can't generate more grass than is already on the map, so that limits the places where you can grow things to wherever there's grass. If you need something that, of course, I assume cactus, based on the fact that it naturally occurs on sand, can grow there, but like this wheat, for instance, will only grow on the grass side of things. Or if you wanted to have like really difficult terrain, you can do these ridges, which add a lot of verticality to the map that doesn't give you plateaus to build on, so you would need to flatten out these or build like pathways through in order to get from one side to the other. And also, generally speaking, just flatten a lot of land because there's a lot of topology alterations here. Like it's just like these rolling hills or going into mountains. High foothills is sort of the same thing, but just, you know, not with those ridges in there. So that adds to the difficulty of the map in different ways. And of course also manipulate resource distribution, building distribution for those trade posts. You can change the rules. Say like, you want to do some custom rules, say, oh, houses. They're gonna have an additional cost of requiring you to, I don't know, like 1,000 wood or whatever and some stone. Like you can really customize this to your heart's content. So if we go back now, then you'll notice that this house and also the buildings tab is blue, meaning that we've changed the default settings. You can also change the global rules here for like overall production, speed multipliers, that kind of stuff. Like you can just straight up enable the ability to move storage buildings. Normally you can't move them when they have just resources in there. How many town centers you can build, how many houses, etc. Hi Cellfire. You restarted? No. I'm just showing some of the people in chat that don't know about this game that like what you can do with this game. We've not restarted. We're going just fine. How are you? It's good to see you. Of course, you know, streaming this game is a little bit hard to both talk about it and do things at the same time, so things move along a little bit more slowly than if you were to, you know, be focused and play it yourself, but such is life. Now, I am contemplating on what to do with this iron ore, how we can best sort this out. There's a coal deposit over there, so if we flatten a little bit of this, we could just like cart it over with some train tracks or something. Yeah, just demonstrating. But to what level? The lower we put it, the less difficult it's gonna be to like transport via minecarts and stuff, and maybe less expensive to extend this, because we still have our workers that manually need to harvest this. Okay, let's take a look at stream raiders though. Whoa, Sistra. That's like a fucking massive vampire. Holy shit. The fucking tank looks like a gnome in comparison. That's insane. Okay. This time I placed a Harry Potter and Hedwig flag bearer and Lilith vampire, both normal and boosted with potion. Lilith, as like Lilith from Borderlands. I don't know, like Lilith vampire. It could literally be like a lot of things. Proto League Epic Vampire. So you'd have to fill me in on that one. Anyways, should we just do hasten maybe? Because they are a lot, but they're only level 1. So now that we have 20 units, our team comp might be good enough. And since there's so many, speed might be like preferred. That's what he calls it. Okay. See the flagger? Fuck, I kind of missed out on that one. So that's the healers. Shoot. I completely forgot to try and find the flag bearer. My bad. Well, boy, you get 20 gold coins though. I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to see that. in action though. Skins are cool for this game, but it's also like, you know, there's not much else to aim for, I guess. So we've got some level 20 beetles up there and some level 20 rats here and there. I can place them again. Yeah, we'll probably need some more flag bearers, right? Okay, so the toads, of course, best countered by range because they do so much shock damage when they really hit you. Rats are a bit more tanky, but the beetles are probably the main issue here because they were both like armored, have high damage and hit points, so what can we do? Some range units, I suppose. Or can they actually... Yeah, they can attack ground and air, so that's also another thing they can do that makes them a little bit annoying. But meh. Do like this. Of course, our units are gonna do like this one, but you know. Thanks. Just putting that bomber just outside. Isn't that actually considered a ranged unit, actually? Right? Or is that considered an assassin? Because of course there's the explosive ones, but... Meh. This should be fine though. Pro streamer. But yeah, remind me again when we get back here and I'll try and take a look. Oh, is that... No, that's a rogue. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. So these coins, the only thing I see these as are rogue distractions. So they're like, if you take out that coin with one rogue down there, that just means that the rogues placed up here will not like beeline down for that coin, I guess. But they will go for these stones anyway, so I don't see any point. Bombers are ranged, they have the bow and arrow icon. Okay. Yeah, I was a little bit unsure of that. But yeah, these gold coins, like, you know, you eventually take them out. It's just... I assume that this unit, if you will, is supposed to be a distraction for the rogues, hence why it's a giant gold coin. But I mean, it doesn't matter if you take it out at the beginning or the end of the match, so... As far as I've sort of noticed. Okay, let's remove some trees here just to clear it out a bit. I think Capto, like... stress that, oh, here's like a gold coin on his streams, but I don't quite know why he does that. When you kill a coin, you get money. Okay, so is it see, this is what I was wondering. Is it the viewer, like if a viewer in particular takes out that coin, is it then that viewer that gets the gold coins as a reward, like specifically? Or is it still handed out at random? Because if it's handed out at random, it doesn't matter, of course. Since we would have to win the match regardless, and in order to win the match, you need to take out all units, including those coins. And it's not like they disappear over time, so... So I'm a little bit curious on how that actually works. Like treasure chests. Yeah. But I also don't know, like, if that's the case for treasure chests, so... If you could elaborate, that would actually be very helpful. Because, like, it doesn't explain in game. I believe the viewer does, and that's how the treasure chests work too. Yeah, see, I've barely played the game as a viewer, so that's why I don't know a lot of these things. So pardon me if I get things wrong and stuff, but it's literally like just a side effect of me not playing as a viewer. Because I have no interest or reason to really do that, other than to learn the game. But you know, if that's required in order to learn how the game works, then maybe the devs should try and explain to the streamer how those things work so that you can make, you know, better assessments for your viewers and help them out in understanding the game more. But because then would that also mean if I as a streamer would take out those gold coins, I would just take them for myself? That would be kind of like a selfish way to play the game, but I guess you could. Oh yeah, we can build these town centers now. Now I can see, okay. Oh, this is interesting. So what happens if I put it down here? Oh yeah, absolutely. The range does get upgraded when the building gets improved. It's like we can upgrade this multiple times. We can even see it grow there. Okay. So if I put this road... How the hell does this work then? So does this work as an extension? I don't necessarily think it does. Be interesting if it did, but that would also be very weird. I mean, it says it's not linked to any houses. It's linked to a bunch of structures though. I wonder if that means just that these buildings are now linked to this town center instead? Yeah, they are. Okay. So it seems like buildings will link up to the nearest town center. If I move that back over there, their happiness goes up, so their efficiency. Okay, so that means you definitely don't want to have these like overlap different towns. So this is like something we would use over here on this island eventually, so I'll just move it there for now. Do they still have the mining camps? You mean in Factory Town? We can build mines, it's just I don't have any pickaxes yet. So for the time being, like, I need to extend into this iron deposit because this one is running out. But yeah, we still do have those, but yeah, pickaxes, and they require more reinforced wood and plates inside a workshop. Okay, it's at least one plate, so trying to think here, because these are also one of each. Okay, so that means one forge to make one iron plate takes 2 iron ore, and we would need 2 of these. Yes. And then we would need 2 workshops, I suppose, because we need 1. I mean, we could technically make it in the same workshop, but I like to split it up just so that I have a better, like, understanding what buildings produce what, so that they don't get distracted either. Then like this. So we could do something in this way, I suppose. Yeah, let's actually just do it that way. Okay. And then put it down here, maybe? Just because there's a little bit of space here, and I want to build it on the sand so that we don't use up our valuable grass, because some of these biomes don't exactly have a lot of readily available grass to us, so it would be expensive to make it available. Harry is on the field. Oh yeah, it was a Harry Pooter. So you say flag bearer. Oh yeah, I see that. Ah, that's pretty clever with Hedwig on the stick there. That's pretty cool. That's actually something I'm a little bit ashamed to say, but I still haven't watched all the Harry Potter movies yet. I'm not that much into reading books either, so I'm even worse on that part. But I think it's a very cool universe, at least. I mean, who doesn't like magic? Well, people that are boring, I guess. But, you know. So we can just, like, load in the coal directly there. And then what I was thinking is build a barn. Bonnie. Bonnie Bon. And then we just load up like so. And of course, again, we could technically have a ramp go up to these, but that would slow down the cots. So to avoid that, we're building it all raised up, because that should still be possible as far as I know. Neither have I. Got about halfway through the films, though I read all 7 books. Yeah, see, that's the difference. That's the difference between you and me, is that I've only watched the movies. I haven't read a single one of the books. I don't really read that much. There's only a few things that I actually have read. That one, and unloader. So this should still be possible because I can transport iron ore with these carts. Oof, we might need a lot of these though to keep the supply running. Now the good thing is they should gain a lot of speed when going down here. Oh shit, dunk. Dunk. Hey. Hopefully that's gonna balance itself out eventually. Did they like merge because they bumped into each other, or is that just... Nah, don't know. Oh wow, when they're going downhill they get like so much speed. That, I don't know if that's gonna be different. Well, I guess when they're going uphill they're less likely to have resources on board that would slow them down when they go up this very steep hill. Well, not steep, but very long hill. This is kind of cool though. And they kind of slow down by the time they get to the end, so it's pretty cool. Wee, 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 wee. That's so fun. Okay, so now we just need some workers here for the time being. They can just load all the iron ore in there. But yeah, like one of the... I haven't read a lot of books. Like, what have I even read? I think I've read the first Artemis Fowl book many years ago because it was gifted to me on a birthday by a friend of mine. Then I've read some Magic the Gathering novels, particularly some from the Lorwyn block. So the novels that center around Rhys and sort of why he got like exiled and stuff like that. It's a pretty cool way to like see the Magic universe unfold in a different way. Get some story behind the playing cards. What else? Then there is Eve of Corruption, which is a very interesting concept. Let me just... It's based off of like, or not based off, but it's related to an album actually. So there's this band that I don't know if they're active anymore or if they do like very few things, but and you can listen to all the tracks on YouTube for free. But were called Lauren God, and they released an album called Eve of Corruption. And in combination with that, there is this one, I think. Let me just make sure this, yeah. Eve of Corruption, The Days of Asdasia, Book 1. And how this is sort of, what they did is that they made the album and then a Kickstarter for the novel afterwards. And in the album, it's basically like a D&D campaign. So you have all these like different kinds of characters with like a class or whatever you want to call it, set in a fictive universe, so to speak. And each character representing different band members. And the novel takes place before the album, so when you listen to the music and if you read the lyrics and stuff, like it's a little bit like Rhapsody of Fire, if you know those guys as well, where it's a lot about talking about like singing about places and things that take place in those locations or items of magical power and that kind of stuff, and like some of the characters' inner conflicts, that kind of stuff. And then the novel is a prelude to what happens in the album. So with each chapter of the novel covering like part of the story for each of those characters before in the end of the novel, spoiler alert, it culminates into them becoming the Lauren God, because the reason why it's called the Eve of Corruption is because an evil has returned or something like that. Wow, such a quality image. And the lore for this universe I found pretty cool, because it's one of those stories, like it's high fantasy with magic and stuff, except in their universe, what you call it, magic has become like not a dying breed, but it's related to the balance, as they call it. Which means that since there always has to be balance between good and evil, whenever someone carries out magic for the sake of good, there has to be a fitting counteracting evil in terms of the magic aspect. So as people might get more greedy and start using magic to further their own good or pleasures or whatever it may be, somewhere else in the realm there is an evil growing to counteract this, to balance the scales. And as magic has been used less and less and become less frequent, magic users, of course, also fewer and far between, meaning that magic is much more very special in this universe. So not like it's very close to being almost a medieval setting where magic is seen as this like taboo thing, because oh, if you use it then you're going to be tipping the balance, so to speak. Whoa, but yeah, this, okay, I agree. Oh, freaking hell, there we go. So these are the different characters. And yeah, they eventually end up meeting up. And I just really like that concept of like a novel being accompanying, you know, a musical album. And I especially like storytelling in music too. So yeah, if you're into something that's almost, I guess you could call almost artsy-fartsy. Like that's a term I use whenever something's called like very special, whatever. But you know, it's very unique in a lot of ways. You don't usually see that to that degree. You could say that it's inspired by something like Rhapsody of Fire, which, you know, also tells a saga, but that's from album to album exclusively, with a little bit of story and like background in terms of the what do you even call that? Like in the little pamphlets or whatever that come with some albums, where they talk about like what happened before and such. But of course, you know, being their first album and stuff, you know, the quality is of course also of that nature. So today, do take it with a grain of salt, but I do like the music at least for what it is. Like it's pretty good. Unfortunately, as far as I know, they didn't go on to like becoming a bigger band, so yeah. Like storytelling music, ever listen to Queensryche? Let me put it this way, I've played a lot of Guitar Hero, so I know of the band name, but other than one song, which is, what is it, Jet City Woman, I think? Yeah, I think that's like the only song from them that I'm aware of, so. Can't put the umlaut on the Y with my phone keypad, yeah. Band names and their fucking weird ass like, oh, let's pronounce it like the actual, like an actual word, but make some kind of weird ass spelling. I mean, just look at Death Clock, right? They kind of put a joke on that too. We need some wood down here, which I haven't quite thought about. Wait, what am I doing? We can fucking just pipe it in from... Oh, this is perfect. We can just pipe it in from over here. It's for an Empire album. Yeah. I don't get to listen to too much music, like new music. I guess I'm a little bit too lazy to try and constantly find new and interesting things to like listen to, but I do still like those kinds of tracks, if you will. Toki's my favorite. Looks like you too. From Death Clock. I guess you're right. I just need like the handlebar mustache or whatever it's called. He's from Norway too, so not too far away from Denmark. Got to have that Scandinavian educations. Such a shame with Metalocalypse though. Like the being able to watch Metalocalypse in high quality is basically non-existent. Since even Adult Swim, as far as I read into, they like when they're airing the show, like reruns of it or whatever, they're also just doing like the box DVD version or something, which is highly compressed and not even full HD. The album Operation Mind Chime is a story. Okay. What's that other one that like there's so many things that I could refer to as well. There's a band called Pathfinder, which I also really like. As far as I'm aware, they've only made 2 albums though, but that's like some really up there shit in terms of like if you like guitar solos and storytelling, then that's definitely where you want to go. A lot like an old Manchurian Candidate movie. I don't even know what an old Manchurian Candidate movie means. Political thriller. Okay. According to Google, at least. Do tell me if that's correct. Let's see here. Music. What are they called again? Oh yeah, Seventh Wonder. They also have a album from 2008 called Mercy Falls, which, if you know about Pelek, or Pelico, as it's probably originally supposed to be pronounced, they in that Nothing But Metal song thing they made on YouTube or whatever it's called again, They also refer to Mercy Falls, so that's where that comes from. That's a story about a man and a woman that gets into a car crash, and the man unfortunately goes into a coma, sort of in his mind landing in this Mercy Falls place. And then all while in the real world, you know, he has to wake up from his coma, and his wife tries to do different things, and then it's sort of like tells the story throughout the thing with a plot twist at the end. So without spoiling anything, I would definitely listen to it from start to end if I were you, instead of me spoiling it, that is. Can also highly recommend that one. And it's a little bit heart-wrenching too, so it's like a very emotional album. So in the song, there's a young man who gets hooked on drugs. The dealers use his addiction to force him to become their pawn and eventually their hitman to assassinate a politician. Okay. Now that's also some that's one of the things with music, right? Being able to tell such such stories within the confines of a single album, like that takes some skill. And especially with like works of art, consider the fact that a lot of novels and stuff, they do tend to leave things up to interpretation, right? So eventually, meaning that this is like so weird to look at because they are approaching each other gradually until they reach each other. But yeah, like you know, certain things are up to interpretation, and especially if you're trying to tell a story through a very limited medium like music, there's a lot of things between the lines where they have to use metaphors and stuff in order to get the messages across, which does leave some things to interpretation. Yeah, it's called, let me just do this. There you go. They're called Seventh Wonder. There's also Pathfinder, which they've got 2 albums from 2010. And they've also got one called Fifth Element, and the Fifth Element is metal. Like, if it weren't for copyright stuff and such, I would actually like to play some of this music on stream at some point. Just have like a listen through, because like I find some of this music interesting and it'd be interesting to share. And of course there's the good old Rhapsody of Fire. Like, they're just a beast when it comes to symphonic metal and storytelling. So that's Rhapsody of Fire. Not to be confused with Rhapsody, because the band did split up at some point into Rhapsody of Fire and Rhapsody because they wanted to go different directions. But you know. Okay, so we can now build mines. And they call it a mine. Well, the question is, do we want to immediately put it in here instead of all these freaking workers? I think we might. I've been like a clever person, and of course I planned ahead of time and thought about putting in the space for these. Not. Can I actually just do this? I don't know if I can. No, I cannot. Okay. Well, that is quite all right. There we go. instead of going looking for it. What an interesting setup. Ahoy dragon, ahoy chat. Hi Tarsus. What do you mean interesting setup? With these forges and this barn? Let's just go into Stream Raiders. Give you a chance to reply. It's got that Harry Potter. I do also like your warrior with a fucking fishbowl over the head. It's pretty fun. Still can't get over the fact that Capitolamia bought like an entire Catgirl skin set. Stream Raiders. You do have some units in here. You have 3 units. Hopefully that curse is gonna help us out enough. Don't even... yeah. Yeah, we're doing just fine. Now we just need to take out the ants and this random worm that's slithering across to us. Capping his Scardiginge army. Yeah. Of course, like, if I ever become a Twitch partner, I want to have, like, some dragon skins commissioned for me or something. I don't think I would have the patience to make them myself. But it's like, there's so many things I want to do with my stream, like so many cool ideas that I want to execute on, but I'm just not sure that I have the artistic skill or time to execute on them. Geez, so I got to log in. You don't have to, but we'd be more than happy to have you. You get a bomb scroll as well, sister. Here you go. Okay, not that one, the next one. We are just 2 fights away from, or 1 fight away from the next being the boss fight. Level 1 worms, level 1 worms. Wormy worms. Oh, there's some level 20 ones down here though. Well, we've got a few things that we can do. We can either go for the weaker units so that we don't end up fighting on 2 fronts and at the same time, or we could go directly for them, but I'm gonna put down a tiny tank to protect our rear over here. Orc throwers don't hurt too much, but if we could take those out earlier, that would be nice. God damn it. And I don't know, the rest is kind of like a little bit up to you guys. And I can do like this as well. That time my results screen showed 20 gold from treasure chests for getting the coin. Okay. Very well. I'll make sure to try and like comment on that in the future, I guess. Because, you know, it helps. But you say that everyone's avoiding the trolleys? Like, are you talking about these carts here? But why though? The throughput should be way better than that of conveyor belts, because although they're moving slower, they are still carrying 10 items per cart, so it's like if you add enough carts, then the throughput would be much higher than that of the conveyor belts. And they're more flexible too, like allowing you to filter in different items per cart, so it's not like the putting them in would be much different, because, you know, it's just rail tracks. Now we've got the wooden tracks too. So attracted to trains? Yeah, but I can't build trains yet. Like, these are the new ones. These are the wooden tracks and wooden carts that you get like really early on. So they're not regular mine carts. As a cost, they move slower and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, the flexibility is nice. And the good thing is that eventually I can upgrade these to trains, right? Which I would eventually do, but don't even have it unlocked yet, so that's kind of where we're going. So what's the hold up here? Okay, this just takes forever to do. I see. I guess that would mean that either I have to boost this building or use our worker capacity to increase the production. But if I want to increase the production, we would need to do a bit of restructuring of this setup. Otherwise, it might be a little bit annoying to deal with. Okay, screw it. Screw it, let's do it. Fortunately, there being certain items in this thing means we do need to extract those first. Won't take too long if we do it like this though. I also think the minecarts are way cooler looking than conveyor belts. Okay. As you said, interesting setup. Now I see that I ignored Factory Town for quite a while. Many new icons and logic blocks in the goods. Well, they've changed a lot. Like, I haven't played Factory Town for a year, I think it was. Like, when I stopped playing last time was when he introduced the new spawning algorithm for resources. So instead of being like an even distribution across the map, it, like, you know, attenuates outwards, but also gives you more rare stuff. So it's been a while. All right, Sistra. Hopefully see you later. Don't forget stream readers. Get a break. Boop. You can also remove this. Do need that nail to go in there though. But yeah, I thought that this would be a good time to get back into it because I saw the minecarts and such for the low tiers. Initial upgrades have been put in. I mean, airships wasn't even a thing when I played last time. I just remember that now as well. Like, being a new thing. Okay. Now this is gonna be expensive, but let's do it anyway. Got plenty of red coins. That's the benefit of streaming. Like, you don't pay attention to, like, you don't need run into too quickly using up your coins as much. So they kind of just get the time they need to build up. So you don't end up having to wait around for that stuff. So now, just do like this, I guess. Meh. Yeah, now I feel like I shall turn back to this game again. Well, that's why you watch streams, hey? Gives you an idea on what to play next. I do really like this game. Especially just the attention to detail on a lot of things, how it's slowly evolving into something more than what it was before. Oops. I'll just do this. I think there's a lot of value in that. Oh, right. I want to use this one because it's upgraded. And now, should be able to do this instead. And I'm like a bit of a doofus in terms of like wanting to set up the hotbar. I'm like a bit too lazy for that. Yeah, I guess this will be fine. Oh, wait. Ah, fiddlesticks. Of course. Of course you can't. I forget. These have limited things that they can transport. So they can't even transport the, they can't quite transport the... the bloody pickaxes now, can they? Wait, can we even, hold on, can they even transport... No, of course not. Shit. I was thinking like, oh, we can just use the carts to move the ingots around, but no, the game won't let you because of course it won't. We have to use conveyor belts for this stuff. But that is a little bit of a bummer. But we can manage. I can't remember if the metal ones allow for it though. Hopefully they do. Time for belts again, exactly. We'll use the splitters. Just so that we get like a distribution in case that's ever needed. Instead of prioritizing one, I guess. Taking reinforced planks out, getting those in. Oh well. It's not like we need a lot of them, but you know, might as well try and make it a bit more efficient by putting in more workshops at least. Now they should be able to keep up with the resource supply. Oh right, this one is not hooked up anymore. There we go. So just so happens that we can buy 4 wooden planks here for 1 sugar like per time, which is fucking absolutely amazing. So actually, just need to check. Nah. So it seems. Oh, sorry about that. Jeez. So I think the general gist is that these can transport raw resources, but barely anything that's... I mean, flour is technically processed, but that's sort of about the only thing. Everything else is basically raw. Gesundheit. Danke sehr. Unless you're from the Netherlands, which I know you also say Gesundheit down there. It's a fun thing. Oh shoot. Now we're like stuck on this thing as well, being slow as hell. Ah, German, alright, okay. Yeah, it could be both. Or either, rather. Yeah, I guess we'll just do... but then... How do we get this out of there? Well, I guess we'll just have to move it around then. Even living close enough to throw stones over the Netherlands border. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was like that was a very interesting thing to learn when a lot of years ago I started hanging out in Garry's-Mod with a guy from the Netherlands, and he also said Gesundheit, and I was like, what? Is that German? Like, no, no. But that's what they say in Germany, I said. Yeah, but we also do it over here. And eventually one day he asked me if he could come visit with his parents one summer. So he came, like I lived right up across the border between Germany and Denmark. So I am Danish, in case you weren't aware. And I'm getting, my nose is a little bit congested right now for some reason. Happens a lot when I talk for longer periods of time. My throat also gets a bit congested, so sorry about that if that comes through. But anyway, he basically asked if he could come and visit. Yeah, okay. So he asked if he could come visit with his parents over the summer, if that would be cool. I'm like, sure, that sounds like a fucking awesome time. And basically his parents came by with him, and while basically my mom hung out with his parents, you know, because they got to know each other and talk about things, we basically went to my room and just, and this was the summer where Super Smash Bros. Is it, oh, which one was it? Is it Brawl? I think it was Brawl. It was the one that added the emissary mode, whatever it's called. Subspace Emissary, because it was the run right after Melee. Which one was it in? So I'd basically just gotten the game. Let me see. Yeah, it was from Brawl. Good, good. Getting my video game trivia correct, I guess. But basically, it's a story mode where you can play it co-op, sort of, in order to like unlock things and make progress and stuff. And since I'd just gotten it, we ended up basically playing that for the entire time he was staying there. And what ended up happening was that originally him and like his parents, of course, had a plan to stay at a local hotel, but like we quickly got into the situation of, oh, this is not where that should go, shit. We quickly came into that situation where we ended up asking his parents if it would be okay for him to sleep over at my place. Because, you know, we had the room for it and we wanted to spend time with each other as much as possible, so playing video games and such, and they were cool with it. So we basically ended up playing through the entirety of that subspace emissary mode in co-op, which is, you know, something that you only get to do once, so having it be more of a unique experience was very special to me. And in the day hours, his parents would either go around like exploring the local city, because where I grew up we have like an old town section with some very old architecture that's being preserved and stuff like that. There's like, that's a completely different story, but that's part of it. And they also wanted to see like some Danish like you know, sightseeing opportunities. And they drove up here in their own car because, you know, not that far away. And that meant that on some days I actually got asked if I wanted to tag along. So I actually got to see some Danish culture that I hadn't done before. So we went out to, like, one day we were just out visiting like a rune stone, like an actual Viking rune stone that was placed. I can't remember which one it was. Is it the Yellingestein? Can't remember. Let me just look something up real quick. Yeah, accept everything. Yeah, I think this is like part of it. Just to switch over. So like these kinds of runestones, basically. I think this might be, like one of these might be the ones that we watched. So that was pretty cool. We also one day went to a drive-in zoo thing that's further up north. Like, I had no idea where it was, what it was in store. I was just like, oh, that sounds fucking cool, I want to go for sure. And you know, ended up going. And it was a drive-in zoo thing, so the idea is that you go up there, or drive-in safari thing, so you go with your own vehicle and you just drive through like a gateway sort of system, and you slowly drive through the thing with your own car, and you get to see some wild animals that way. And me and my friend there, we just couldn't help but make the Jurassic Park analogy, and just, you know, humming that tune when we were getting closer and closer and stuff. It was a pretty good time. Also a little bit interesting, because I didn't even know that Denmark had that kind of stuff, to be honest. So very, very cool indeed. It's something I'll never forget. And he stayed for like or they stayed in Denmark for like a week or two. It was like a fairly long time, so hence why we could also get to play through the whole of Subspace Emissary together. Which these days you can actually do stuff like that remotely. Like games that don't support remote multiplayer, you can simulate, or rather you can stream button inputs from other people's computers to your computer, and then that way yeah, play video games that are co-op, but not like online co-op, if that makes any sense. Can't remember what it was called, the program that you use for it, but it is literally like a streaming thing. So you as the host set up a session and you stream the image through the program to their computer, like outwards, and they stream their button inputs to you remotely. So say for instance you have, like I do, old school Xbox 360, or in these days Xbox One controllers, any kind of controller input that is compatible. Then basically it simulates that like second player or third player, however many you do, inputs, but remotely, right? So instead of you putting in the inputs locally, it just sort of feeds it in to your computer that way. And then, well, yeah, they can play games that don't have online co-op natively built in, but remotely. So it's like Steam has a similar thing, what's it called again? Steam Remote Play, which is another very cool feature for games that have local multiplayer, but not online, which allows you again to do it in the same way, just, you know, through Steam's platform. Now there are some limitations with this, like for instance, you can do it with Worms, like remote play on Steam. Something like Hamachi, a little bit, but more than just a simulated network. In that it's more like a streaming service than a networking thing. So, because it doesn't require port forwarding either, as far as I remember. I might be wrong on that. But you're streaming inputs, key inputs. So for instance, you could remote play Worms, but the thing that makes it a little bit wonky is that with Worms, everything's controlled via keyboard, right? And what you do is you set it up to be hot seat mode, meaning that you cycle, you know, everyone sits in the hot seat, which is the same keyboard input, right? And then every time it's a different player's turn, you swap out into that hot seat using the same input. But because it happens remotely and you're all still using the same keyboard, it means basically that if they press space on their keyboard while it's your turn, it might go in and like, you know, you will jump on your end because they pressed space. So if that makes any sense. Now there are some things to like mitigate like you losing control over your system, such that if you as the host input anything on the keyboard, you basically take control for 10 seconds and then there's a cooldown and stuff. So if they were trying to like completely fuck up your system, you could like, you know, do stuff against that. But they were basically limited on what inputs you give them, right? So if all you give them is a input as a controller, then that's all they can do to manipulate on your computer. But I've tried it and it works really well. It allows you to play a lot of games that otherwise you don't naturally get to play with other people, like what's it called again? This one, X-Morph Defense, which is like a twin stick shooter tower defense game that you can play cooperatively. Come on. Blah blah blah. There we go. Very beautiful game, by the way. I can highly recommend it. And when you play it co-op, you both have these like sort of flying units that you control, and it's just split screen like you would in a classic thing. But with these tools, you can play it remotely as a co-op thing, and it works really well. There's a little bit of delay depending on your internet connection, but if your internet connection speeds are good, then it's not really an issue. And the cool thing about it is that only the host needs to own the game too. So if it's like, you know, you've probably encountered this situation a couple times. You have maybe like a couple of friends and you're like, oh, do you guys want to play like Overcooked, for instance? And you're the only one that owns the game. Now everyone else needs to buy that game in order to maybe play it for one session. With this remote play feature, only the host requiring to own the game and streaming the inputs instead, assuming that everyone else has a controller, in order, because that is a requirement in this case. You know, you can do stuff like this and play like games that you otherwise might never get to play or can't convince other people to buy, or you know, they can't afford and such. And every game on Steam that has like different controller inputs like this could theoretically become compatible if not they're not already. So like if we go down here, what you'd be looking for is this remote play together feature, which if you click it, you get other titles that should be compatible to it. So you can also play Stardew Valley with people that don't have it. It Takes Two has the support for it. Golf It, probably because it's like hot seat mode you can do it with. Gang Beasts does it as well because, again, controller supported. So there's a lot of games that you wouldn't think are naturally supported, like Cuphead, for instance. Like, how many people can you convince to play that with you if they've never played it before? This is an example, right? So all of a sudden, the value of the game that you buy increases exponentially, like Magica. You can play that with people as well. This is really cool. So a little bit of a PSA for people that might not be aware that that is a thing you can actually do. Now that being said, as I did mention, usually every person participating needs a controller available to them in order to participate, because you need the inputs from somewhere. And unfortunately, this technology is not like, you can probably get around it, but there's no built-in feature, let's say, that player 2 can use their keyboard as an input but then be converted like into a simulated controller, if you know what I mean. So say whenever they press space or whatever, it gets simulated as an A press on a Xbox controller, right? And then streamed over to the other computer and then gets recognized as a controller input. But as I said, there might be ways to do that, but you might have to locally convert your keyboard into something else and then have that simulated thing be recognized as a controller. And there are some games that you can only play cooperatively with controller as well. Like I have a friend, she found out that, or she knew that you could play Divinity Original Sin co-op, but normally that game is played with mouse and keyboard. And as soon as you switch into co-op mode, both players have to use a controller, which means that she couldn't play it cooperatively this way because she didn't own a controller herself. And as such, wasn't actually able to play it cooperatively. But it's really cool. It's definitely when I first learned about it, one of those technologies that make you think like, oh my god, we're in the future now. So we are running out of iron here, which maybe we should figure out a solution to. Should we just transport it over here? We should. Maybe grab some of these pawns. I mean, these are even more pawns than the Rimworld pawns. Is this what a Rimworld character would look like in full 3D? I don't know. Just thinking about that aloud though. Yeah, we never ended up using these planks, this railway system for the planks, so guess for now we minus, I don't know. Let's just keep that in there so we have the space reserved, but not actually use it for anything at the moment. God damn it. But yeah, the cool thing about... Okay, stream raiders. Fucking coming in here, just cutting me off. It's okay though. I was tempted to put a weakness thing on this, but they don't really have much hit points. The danger of these is just the damage they do. So I guess speed is of the essence on this one. But we have a lot of units, so we should be okay. I guess flying rogues are good to take out these stones at range, because they're speedy boys. They do tend to end up getting themselves killed more than anything though. Like just... The AI for stream raiders is very simple. Like prioritize the highest numbered target in terms of the highest priority for each unit, and then you go down like in a descending order to stuff. So it's never like, oh, how many units are around me, like would it be suicidal to go for this thing or no. That's maybe okay. Is that a dragon? Coco Joe bro. It looks like a dragon, or just a, I guess it could also just be a orange colored demon of sorts. Oh my god, is that a neon cat-like thing? Oh, a Hello Kitty maybe. Jesus Christ. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. And a dance, 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 and a dance, dance, dance. Sister, you get 50 gold coins. Tarsus, you get a Berserk scroll. And boy, you get 3 Centurion scrolls. Nice. And we're on to the boss, ladies and gentlemen. On to the boss. Okay, so an orc army, an orc chieftain, that's level 1. So because it's the last, like it's the boss fight, I'm gonna put down an Orc Slayer just because I want to help you guys out getting this victory in the first go. And yeah. Try and avoid putting any units in front of these because it's just going to take a long time to go through. Now there was this thing, so what is this? To win awesome prizes. Each unit you play is blah blah blah. Fighters. It's your 1 ticket. Captain units count as 5 tickets. Probably because we only ever get to put down 1. Pick winners the week of 9/13 and announce them on Twitter. Okay. Oh wow, cash prices. Oh no, not cash prices, valued prices. Okay. Nintendo Switch Lite. Yeah, let me get a Nintendo Switch Lite so I can add it to my collection. No, I don't have multiple ones. I just have a regular Nintendo Switch though. Your own exclusive custom Stream Raider skin. Wow. Or get like an entire freaking computer. Holy shit. But, you know, numbers what they are mean that it's like meh. Giveaways designed to make you spend more money. Okay, let's get these rails in. So I needed to put them. Oh right, yeah, it wasn't for this general store though. I guess it passes right by, so we can actually do double duty here if we ever needed to. Supply the village with something. Which actually we need to supply reinforced wood, so that might be a thing we'll do eventually. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so so the cool thing about this technology, by the way, with screen streaming or input streaming, is that it allows you to play games that, like, you can do it with consoles too, right? So I have like a capture card. Well, actually, no, wait, not a capture card. That's not what you would use. How would you actually do that, I wonder? Maybe you can. How would you do that? I think there are ways to get it to work with consoles, but I can't remember how it worked again. But the general gist is that you could technically be playing like Wii-based games even on like an. I guess that would be a bit more feasible because you could just emulate it. So anything that you can emulate, you can play through remote, like a remote play way. But yeah, exactly. Try to fish you with small giveaway to animate you buying more skins and other stuff. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, the giveaway in this case doesn't actually require you to do that. Right, because it's just putting down units that gives you the giveaway tickets or whatever. So there's nothing that requires you to buy a skin or anything to that tune in order to participate, I suppose. But you're right. That is definitely true, right? Well, I guess it was me who said it, and you were just agreeing, but you know what I mean. Okay, so these are just really slow still at processing materials. So how do we not? Oh. Because there's a filter on this bloody thing. Why is there a filter on this thing? Heck? Oh, I know why. It's because of the orientation it used to have. God damn it. So this has not even been doing anything. Oh well. No, it doesn't, but you know how youngsters are. Oh, cool looking skin. I want more. Yeah. Get that drip fed like reward, and then more begets more. Nothing is as bad in that term regard though as Raid Shadow Legends. Holy crap, that game is predatory. It's actually insane how predatory that game is. And yes, I have played Raid Shadow Legends in the past. I stopped playing though because I didn't like the pay to win aspect of that game. Okay, so it's iron ore that we need over here, so we could technically just we can do that in multiple ways. We could hook it up to our existing cart system and then just use the same thing, but I think I want to do more than that. Because yeah. How do we do this in a sort of efficient way? Doesn't have to be super efficient, but just something. I think something like this might do the trick. Because then it's going to be split off. I want to transport pickaxes back home. So basically store some of them immediately here. Because, you know, instead of transporting them across and storing them. And then putting every second pickaxe into transport through. Oh, freaking hell. Right, we can't even do that. Dragon forgot about it again. We can't do that. So that's exactly why I stopped playing Aeon some years ago. It all turned into pay to win. Well, there's a difference between pay to win and pay to skip, right? Where pay to skip just is designed for people that want to play games but they don't have the time to get good at them or do the grind, right? And I can respect those business models, as they're called, right? It's an optional choice for people to still participate without spending their entire life playing those games. Of course, you know, that has kind of led into the development of these business models where the games now get structured towards that. Oh, maybe I should make this too wide actually. Where, oh, so we can actually earn money on like selling you progress basically, or improve, like making the game more or less of a grind. Well, let's make that a DLC then. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Never having played the game because of that reason as well. Oh god, this is going to be such a long journey to do. Can we? Yes, we can. And that's like super predatory. Selling fucking... Basically, in case you're unaware, for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, what they did is that they gave you an optional DLC that you could purchase, which increased XP gain by either, was it 50 or 100%? I think it was 100%. And with most people saying that without it, the game becomes less enjoyable. Like, you know, more grindy, essentially. I can definitely see that happening. And that is just so fucking ridiculous. Like, that should be something you can unlock by just playing the game, honestly, right? That's what most people would argue. Pay to skip in general, though. I mean, it's kind of a pay to skip thing, this as well, but in a single player game? Fuck no. Design the game around it. If you think that there's any value in getting an XP gain to 100%, that's just disgusting. Like, then maybe you need to retweak your things. Fallout 76 is another good example, requiring you to not only, like, that's even worse, honestly, because that's not just a DLC one-time payment thing, but that's an ongoing what's it called again, subscription, in order to get like a scrap box so you can store all your junk, so you can actually carry or have items in storage instead of using all your storage space on junk, essentially. that was like super predatory as well, like even worse than horse armor DLC. Which, yes, I did actually get horse armor DLC for Oblivion as like a on-disc thing. I have it somewhere still, I'm pretty certain. You know, young me was like, oh my god, what is this DLC concept? Because that was like a brand new thing back then. But you know, like Todd Howard says,
16 times the detail.
so it's always worth it, right? I actually should get the it just works quote in there too. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but it's a work in progress. And we're getting our iron ore in here. And a looter. But with Raid Shadow Legends, holy crap, like that is so ridiculous. That is literally pay to play. Not just pay to win. Because it's like, you could argue that, okay, by donating money, as some of my friends refer to it as, donating money to Plarium, that is, you get like better units and stuff. But I mean, the thing is, in order to get the legendary units, the drop rate is so low, and yeah, the storage sub is one of the facts that made me quit from Aeon. Yeah, and in Fallout 76, it was so bad because in the beginning, because they limit the amount of stuff you could, how much you could store to such a small amount that you essentially ended up completely using up your entire budget on scrap stuff, to the point where you ended up having to micromanage, like this is not where I wanted to go. You had to micromanage every single time you went out. You had to go and return. You had to micromanage your entire stockpile in terms of what weapons you returned with, what scrap you returned to, and what scrap those weapons turned into when you condensed it down. Since a lot of weapons in the game would just reward you with steel or whatever, and there was so few things that used the steel, that you ended up, like, if you collected all the weapons and such like you normally would in Fallout 4 and just scrapped it, your entire stockpile would just be like completely filled with steel in no time, and that would be all you could store because you would run out of space essentially. Where is the nearest? Oh, we can maybe be a little bit cheeky and build it in here. So yeah, so I got into like Fallout 76, but eventually stopped playing because I was getting tired of the micromanagement of the stockpile. Oh right, it needs a road. I'm like, why is it not connecting up? I think no, it's just linked to one house still. What? Is it because the roads also have to be? Like, is it the actual road that has to be in? Yeah, that's fair. Shooters are not everyone's taste. Yeah, okay, so the roads, okay, that's a little bit annoying. So the roads have to be within the range of the town center in order for it to count. So if the road goes out like this, then the building is not connected. But because I added this one bit of road there, then it does all of a sudden. A little bit annoying, but nothing that can't be fixed. Does require a little bit of work on this one though. I also personally don't play that many shooters. like I do like linear story driven shooters that are fairly short and condensed. I very rarely have played Battlefield. Like I played Battlefield 1 when that was new and enjoyed it quite a lot because I hadn't played Battlefield in years. Like before Battlefield 1, the last Battlefield that I enjoyed was 2142, which as far as I've noticed they're making like a modern version of 2142, which is like a mix, like allows for the mix of all different time eras and weird stuff going on in there. I saw some, like if you know about Stone Mountain 64, like I follow him on Facebook because he does like share news in regards to that, and it seemed like some interesting stuff there. Like you could have World War One era like guys running around fighting essentially like spacer tech Battlefield soldiers in like a custom game mode and weird stuff. So it sounds very promising, but for 2142 I was just so much into the sci-fi Battlefield experience because it just gets really crazy when you get into sci-fi stuff, you know, hovering gunships, huge titans that are basically flying, you know, terrestrial flying space bases or whatever, spacer tech bases with huge cannons and drop pods that you can fly out in and control where you land. There's just so many things, energy shields that you can pop down and automated turrets. There's so much stuff that you can do in a sci-fi setting Battlefield that you just can't get away with in a World War One like era, for instance. That being said, like they did some really cool stuff with Battlefield 1 as well. Like for instance the trains, those were fucking cool as hell. And of course, you know, they don't stay completely true to real life history, which is definitely something that I think was a good move because it allows you to do a lot of crazier things that you otherwise wouldn't get away with. You get trains in this? In Factory Town? Yes, you do get trains. You get trains and train cars of different types. Steam locomotives that need to be refueled in order to drive at full speed, and that's how like when these things are driving uphill, they slow down and then they get speed when they go downwards. Can't wait to see them. Yeah, I have them on my old save, but yeah, it's gonna be a little while. Again, things go by a little bit more slowly when you're talking and stuff. Maybe do we need more than one of these caravans? They carry, is it 20? No, 8, 16, 32 actually. Maybe one is more than, yeah, one is more than enough, I think. Cool. Less yapping, lol. Sorry. I have been saying, like, if I'm talking too much, you guys can definitely comment on it. Get to work. Maggots. Okay, so yeah, iron plate production down here is like super slow, but unfortunately it does it scale that well? Because I would have to do some funky stuff to make that work. It's fine just watching in the background. Well, still, any kind of feedback is definitely like something that I want to like take to myself. And we've run out of cut stone, and that's because it's in this building and there's no stone around because they're all moving it from over here into that building but not into this one. Oh, and I think I know why. Probably when I redirected people. That's okay. That means we can clear up some space for extra houses at some point. And since we've got the mines now... Oh, this might be a good spot. just flatten this area. But man, there's like so many factory games that I would like to stream. Like I would like to do Factorio, I would like to do Satisfactory. And there's actually also some newer early access titles that I would like to do as well. Of course, there's more Factory Town. Holy volcano terrain? God, if only you had the time. Yeah. Yep. I mean, they're defunct volcanoes, but they still have the land masses. And like I can't, unfortunately, I don't think I can see it anymore, but the world gen settings for this map is like all island related stuff, so there's going to be a lot of water. It takes so long to complete setup. Meh. There's actually like a newer title as well that I am, what's it called? It's called Dream something. It's called Dream Engines. Let me just share this with you just for a moment. I know less yap and more gameplay, but this is also another factory game with a different twist. With the idea that you have this city that you build onto that sort of floats into the sky, and then you enter a map, and it's like a tower defense as well. So the idea is that you survive against these bugs that come in raids randomly from different areas of the map. You have to explore every single time you go into like a new map session, and you can build your factories in extension outwards to like your hometown area, like your home base. You can even expand your home base platform over time because there's a weight limit on how much lift you have and stuff like that. But only the things that are on the platform are taken with you when you leave the planet. Got Patron yesterday to play. It's a very basic resource storage system. You've got 2. Okay, Tarsus. Yeah, this looks really interesting, right? So far? Like, this is so fucking cool. I've played it a little bit, but you know, it being early access is a little bit wonky. So then you return with like whatever your base has. And it's got a little bit of factory town vibes to it as well. So like the houses on this that you build are required in order to operate the buildings, but those houses need to be fed, otherwise your population starves and stuff like that. There's also electricity that you sort of move around to produce and such. And since there's only so many things you can do on your platform, like some of the resources you need to go in and like collect from the wild because they have resource deposits out there. So it's like a very risk-reward thing. Riftbreaker, yeah, that's by the Exmorph guys, by the way. Salfire, in case you were unaware. So you remember, I don't know if you saw, I showed off this Exmorph game. These are the guys that are working on Riftbreaker, which is why they like the visuals and the physics engine that they use for this is so fucking like this game's physics engine is so cool. Something I didn't quite mention when I was talking about this game, actually. If you're in for a good tower defense game, if the video would autoplay, which it won't for some reason. Not seen this game? Really? Oh, like if you're into tower defense games, this would probably suit your fancy. So like all these buildings have physics, like everything is destructible, fully destructible terrain. So you can technically, like if you have a huge skyscraper and you shoot into like a side of it, it'll collapse and you can block off roads. Like look at this, he's gonna blow the bridge off in a second like this, boom. And it redirects the enemies, which are like humans. You are the bad guy, basically. And it's a twin stick shooter as well, so that entire building just crumbled. Yeah, and you can put down fence posts as well, so all of your towers can be connected like that fucking thing. Look at this. All those like building pieces. And it's so fucking satisfying, this game, and it's absolutely gorgeous, well optimized, like it plays really well. I can play this at some point as well as like a bonus stream, because it's a very like streamable game. It's session based, so and the sessions aren't too long. There's bosses to fight with unique mechanics, and like it's just generally a very cool game. And yeah, they are the ones working on Riftbreaker. So if you go to XOR, so that's the title they started working on afterwards, and you can see the similarities, and like it's the same game engine that they're going to be using, right? So I hope that they're going to utilize that fully destructible terrain feature. Now I have 17 wishlist games. You're welcome. You're welcome. So yeah. Oh yeah, and these are like Hydroneers, another like factory building game, which apparently they posted like some news regarding where is it? That was the quick access menu. Oh yeah, that's another one. Dyson Sphere Project is another factory building game I want to play on stream. Hammer Ting is like a colony building game with dwarves. Craft the World is a very similar game as well. That seemed rather buggy, so I not wanted to play it. Which one? I just mentioned like 5 different games in rapid succession. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking game, eh? Oh, Hydroneer is buggy. Haven't really experienced bugs with it, but yeah, that is definitely correct. It's rather simple. That is absolutely right. Hydroneer made you motion sick. Oh, that's unfortunate, Tarsus. But you're correct. It's on the simpler side for sure, but it's also one of those titles that, as far as I know, were originally made by like a single guy, so not too far from what I could have made probably if I had decided to make something in that line. Okay, so stone. Stony stone. But yeah, there are so many video games out there and so little time. And of course, you know, I've played a lot of the games that I just mentioned before, but I do want to share them with people, especially the ones that I'm surprised a lot of people don't know about. You know, because there's a lot of people that have played Factorio that might have played like Satisfactory, but never heard of Factory Town or any of the other like factory related games that are very similar, which is so surprising to me. But yeah, Dyson Sphere Project might be high on the list. Factorio is high on the list. But with Factorio, I do prefer playing with mods, but from what I gather, a lot of viewers seem to say that they prefer like unmodded play because it's easier to follow along. You know, backseat gaming is easier when you know what's going on after all. But meh. Yeah, Dyson Sphere Project is fun. It's like a really cool take on the factory games. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's do stonemason. Can't relate to modded unless you play in the mod. Yeah, exactly. That is the whole point, right? So, oh, actually, we can do something cheeky, and that's why I was also mentioning it. But it's like a pro and con kind of situation, because yes, you don't know about it going into it, makes sense, but like that's what the streamer is there for, is to sort of fill you in on what's going on, right? Of course, with Factorio, the issue of some of the mods can be that it gets so hyper complicated that it might not be a good thing to stream. Like, you easily lose track of what you were doing and such. And that can sometimes be too big of a detriment in the grand scope of themes. Playing Factorio used just quality of life mods. Yeah, I see. Well, let's get this battle going and see if we can do it. Those rats are gonna come in and try and gank us from the side, but our tanks are doing a good job in taking those out. Get some large hits on those groups of enemies. There's just like a confused rogue running around in the back here. So it seems the rogues will like prioritize range units once their first priority targets are down, which makes sense. Yeah, we're absolutely wrecking them. Then again, the boss himself was only level 1, so... Boy, you get a monk scroll, and Tarsus you get freeze and Turian scrolls. I really like this Centurion unit. I think it both looks cool and has like some pretty good skills. We gotta be fast though if I want to get to the final chapter, because I only have 1 day and 4 hours. I'll also be streaming tomorrow as planned at least, but we gotta go a bit faster and hopefully not fail too many fights. So what I'm thinking is we start up here and then we go down, up there, and then one of these. So we don't take the long route in favor of getting to the good chests sooner. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we start on the top or bottom other than this one being random. Chances are though this is going to be a wrong copper chest or whatever. Mystery. Okay, level 10 toads. So you know what that means. Ranged units. Ranged units for sure. There's some golden coins on this map as well if you want to go for those. I don't particularly agree with this addition to the game because it seems more like you're gimping the rest of the... Like it's a collaborative effort, right? And going for gold coins seems like such a selfish thing to do because it doesn't help you whatsoever. Because if I were to put this flying rogue down, you know, you would be focusing on getting those rocks and spawn in more enemies rather than taking them out. And you would be going for the gold coins as well, which doesn't help actually beating the map. Which is not kind of like what I would agree that this game should be about. Okay, I'll put down a siege unit down here because we'll need some to take down these freaking toads before they get in close range. And we could also make use of some up here, some up there. Split the cells up a little bit. Because you can put down armored units, but you probably don't need that many of those because they're more like meat shields than anything else. Yeah, the rewards also are like randomly distributed in the end because I think like, you know, I don't want to be the judging hand when it comes to that kind of stuff. But yeah, like assassins really don't help you on this map. They actually just make the map harder. Because like by spawning in more units, you also divert the main groups more. So it's like, I don't agree with this. It's cool that it gives viewers like chances to get extra coins, but it's also like, you know, if you went for these, that's a very selfish move. And it's the same with the quests really, like, right? Because I could be going for these quests as well, which very frequently, like, place down mages is an okay one, but sometimes it's like put down a flag bearer, and flag bearers as epic units aren't really that useful as like alternatives. So it's like, again, feels very selfish as a streamer to go for those quests instead of helping out everyone. Beat the map. I don't know if you agree, but that's at least how I feel. Let's do this. Because again, it's a cut stone, so apparently we won't be allowed to, like, transport it via other means. It's okay to do one every now and then. Yeah, that's true, Salfire, but you have to consider the fact that if there's one gold coin, some viewers might, like, try and fight each other in order to get to that coin first. So if you have, like, a higher level rogue that's faster, you'll be putting your rogue next to the other rogue, and now you have two useless units on the map. And some viewers will go for all the coins, competing with everyone all of a sudden, right? So then you have 3 units maybe on the map that are useless from one person, and then 3 other people separately that also put down a relatively useless. They're not useless, but you know what I mean. They beeline for those and end up getting themselves killed more than being of any benefit. And that's like, you know, why would you ever do that if you were to go for, like, the objectives? Like, it's like in FPS games, having a person just going for frags instead of team objectives, right? It's the same deal. You're actively implementing that mechanic into Stream Raiders. Without the gold coins, that wouldn't be there. Or the stones as well, unless you change, like, the way that the stones work so that the rogues actually don't end up killing themselves, you know? Yes, there is the odd chance that a stone can have, like, an insect underneath, but rarely ever do I see them benefit whatsoever. Because they're like, they don't ever seem to be a good tactical choice, because assuming you have 6 rocks on a map and one of them spawns a beneficial unit, that's still, like, maybe 6 rogues you need to expend in order to take out those stones. And that's possibly 6 rogues that are going to get themselves killed without taking any units down too. Since more likely those rocks have, like, 4 to 5 or however many ants underneath them. So, but that's how I view it, at least. So, make of that what you will. And it's not a big deal. I just scratch my head at those game design implementations, because there was a game designer somewhere that thought this would be a good idea, right? And as a game developer myself, I just don't agree with some of those choices they make. Because the whole point about Stream Raiders is that you want to motivate all the viewers to work together towards a common goal, so that you get more people into the Stream Raider fights, to put down more units so that there are more rewards that get distributed, and, you know, to build up that whole aspect to promote the sales of skins at the end. But if part of the game, like, makes it less attractive because they have dumb game mechanics, then it subtracts from the experience, right? Buddy. Oh, you need to empty the dryer. Okay, sister. Well, hi for checking. Thanks for checking in, at least. I did laundry, like, 2 days ago as well. So I know what that is like. You know, chat, I'm kind of tempted to boost the crafting of these through red coin boosters, since we have like 151k, and they're so slow anyways. I don't know if this is overkill, but we'll see. Put a bucket of water in there. Don't need to empty it. Well, you're right, but also, goddamn. So I was just like looking at this mess up here. There's very limited space and all these freaking workers. I want to get this converted into a bunch of mines. But I don't know if I can do enough mines to supply the demand needed. Well, we could, but this is gonna like look absolutely terrible and be very expensive. Oh well. It's just a video game, Dragon. Don't worry too much about it. Don't the mines mine super fast? They produce 1 per second. So, and the reason why is because they're so far away from the town center, so they don't get the happiness buff. In the past, the happiness buff was a global modifier because you could only have one town center. But because you can have multiple towns now, I would need to like have a town center around where these mines are located in order to get that benefit. You can get them to mine super fast. We can also put coin boosters on these, but then they are going to cost coins for each time we mine something. And yeah, I don't want to expend coins on something where it might not be necessary. I think this is also okay. Eventually you can also get those pipe systems, the mana pipes, where you can put the mana crystals in and buff them through air or whatever it is, or earth crystals. So you got to make a lot of mini towns? Apparently yes. So like we have this town center over here, but we also have one over here that's just built down and upgraded, not used for anything. And they each have their own range and stuff. But let's see if I can... So where could I see that again? Yeah, so if I look at this log, for instance, notice how there's now like that third green arrow underneath. It says forestry town specialty. I don't know if that's unlocked yet. I haven't seen it anywhere. Oh wait, it is right here. Shoot. Yeah, so you can specialize your town into different things once you unlock it. So it doubles the output of related recipes. So like you can have a town that specializes in corn production, doubling the output, and then use a train to transport it between towns is the idea. Sort of to decentralize everything. That's kind of what the latest couple of updates for the game have been all about, is to motivate you to actually make use of all that space that's out there and decentralize, and also require the use of trains more. I mean, we saw it with the resource update, distributing things further and further out in less and less quantities, right? I mean, there's hardly anything in this entire area here other than a few fish, right? So obviously with a grain of salt, because the map biomes also have something to say in regards to it, but you know what I mean. So like for instance here might be a good spot to make like a mining town, right? But unfortunately it does also mean that the efficiency gets spread out. Or actually, does it even get spread out? Now that I think about it. Yeah, because each house provides their own happiness. Now I completely forgot about like one little detail here. How do we do this? So we would need a splitter there. I think we can feed it in there then. Yes, this will work. So I need to limit this to reinforced. There we go. Delete the contents. All right. Oh, I completely botched that thing. There's like nails and all sorts of shit on this one. Why are there nails on here? What did I do? Huh? How did the nails get on there? Oh, right. I know why. Because of the rotation of those freaking buildings. Whoops. Well, not like this matters. Shit, I can't get to remove that without just rebuilding this part, I guess. This isn't even connected to anyone. So any point to happy up top left? You mean this happiness? I guess not. I guess that's just a global happiness meter. There is a point to this thing if that's what you're asking. This doesn't get this is just a total, a summation. I think the reason why this is here is because one of your victory conditions could be to obtain a certain level of happiness. You can make that a win con, so... And that's a global thing after all. And you're limited to how many houses you can have, so I guess it does still show you, like, out of all your houses, like, what the total is. So it's not an average, it's a total. Right? But yeah, on this particular, I don't have that as a win con, so that is kind of useless. Kind of sucks for trying to speed stuff up then. Well, there's a lot of other ways you can do it now too, though. Like the town specialization just doubles the output, right? Effectively meaning that you're working at 100% efficiency on those particular things. That's one thing. Also, every time you upgrade the town center, the range upgrades. So I guess what you could do is to, because you can, like, that's another thing you have to remember as well when setting up your scenario. You can configure how many houses you get to build at max, including how many town centers you're allowed to get at max. I think the default was 10 town centers or something, but you can increase this number, including the houses, so that you could get more towns, right? And there are other ways you can speed things up too, like using coin boosters and what else. Of course, coin boosters are limited by the fact that there's a hard cap eventually on how many gold coins you can like produce, but I think you've beaten the map by the time that you hit those limitations, so I don't think it's any concern whatsoever. Anyways, I need to take a little break because I need to go to the toilet, and I'll be right back. So here's like a scenic view of the map, I suppose. Forgot house limit. That kind of sucks for train speed ups. Oh, that's what. Right. Yeah, I didn't read that house limit thing. But yeah, the house limit, if I remember correctly, goes up pretty high even by default settings. So I think it goes up to some 100 something. So I'm not too worried about it. I mean, when I played it the last time and I got towards the end game, I had like a massive city. But actually, we can just take a look, can't we? Of course, this is a while ago, so things don't work optimally in this save. There's the train, by the way. But this is like what the town looks like using. And this map is a little bit laggy too, but you know, this town is like connected up to a lot of different stores and stuff. And you can see my happiness is like way higher, but I've only built 64 out of 100 houses. This might also be a change that's been made in relation to the town centers built, right? So, and I don't even know if like, oh, that's actually a thing I haven't even considered. Because I upgraded the town center on the other map, but that didn't give me more build limit. So I guess you only get it for, yeah, determined by highest town center level. Oh, that sucks. If you got houses for each town center, then that will be balanced out way more though. Because that gives you incentives to actually have multiple town centers otherwise. But yeah, this map is like massive. With a lot of stuff going on in it. But I mean, you eventually get to use these mana things as well. And you can use those to boost certain buildings. Though I don't remember if I ended up doing that. You can also use Steam. Remember, that's also a thing. But yeah. Like, this is super laggy. It's very clean though. I don't even remember where even is the town center in this one. Oh, is that it? No, that's the apothecary, specialty goods. Jeez, where even is the freaking town center on this map? How can I not see it? Huh? I mean, it is somewhere. The fuck? I mean, it would have to be around here. And it's a larger building. Yo, chat, why am I unable to find this? I mean, it could also be because it's such an old save that it's there, but it's not there, you know what I mean? That would be kind of interesting. Because there's 1 out of 1, so... Wait, what is all the way over here? What the fuck is it doing over there for? Huh? Was I drunk when I played this map? What the fuck is the town center even doing there? Maybe it's just like a temporary thing. Oh, I remember. I remember now. It's because this wasn't an update before this range would extend the range of the other buildings. So if you notice, like, there's a tavern here, there's an apothecary here, like all of these food deliveries, like with this happens with this train into this food market here. So all of these supply buildings are within range of the houses directly, or used to be. I mean, so that's probably why. It's like literally, if I just, or if I could, I would move it over. But yeah, level 10 town center is still the max. So yeah. The peculiar thing. But man, like, this is like a very long save, by the way. I cannot remember how many hours I've spent on this. But this was my first time going like really far into it. Fucking figuring out how the pipe systems work and all that stuff was a pain in the ass. Allegedly it's gotten a little bit better now, but I do have like some really out there production plants that are all over the place. I like trains. But yeah, you can even see, this is actually a very good demonstration for people that are new to the game, is that this is what the resource distribution looked like before, right? So notice how these resource deposits are like absolutely massive, right? And there's resources everywhere, right? Absolutely insane. Even like all the way out here, they're just massive, like all these stone deposits and stuff. Like, look at this. And it's been the same throughout the entire map, right? So absolutely ridiculous. So when I read that they changed the resource distribution, I was actually pretty happy. I'd rather have pipes underground. Can you do that in this game? Nope, don't save. Or just like saying out of like generally. G key is fast, I remember. Huh. Okay, but then you can only do like one layer? How does that work? And there's like different layers? Where would I do that though? Because there's a fluid pipe here, but that's the overhead grid. Oh, okay, so that's what you mean. Okay, by layer. Okay, so there's like a... But you only have one level to work with still, though. Right. So fluid pipe layer, steam pipe layer, mana pipe layer. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool. But can you hook those pipes above ground then? Like if I were to do this? I assume not, because you can't really see what's below. So I guess these are only connected like two-dimensionally. Nah, I would rather have them above ground because then you can see what's going on at a glance. Makes them harder to work with, but I think it pays off. So how are we looking on this one? Still need the iron. Something's something's not right down here. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh, this is another one of those freaking buildings doing that thing. Tools. I think there is a pickup item thing. There we go. I think this was supposed to go in there, except not half grabber. Sure, that's how the buildings were connected before the overground was added. Oh, really? Okay. When I played, that was like... I didn't know that you could put them underground. So I put them above ground. I'm trying to figure out like how to best work with them was such a pain in the ass. Because of the directions, and they get clogged with like items if you don't do it right, and it was like a lot of trial and error trying to get that to work. Well, we're at least supplying reinforced planks in there, which in theory means that we don't need to Okay, we're not storing... Oh, we are storing them in there. How are we moving them over, though? Is that just from this... this building? I don't think we're doing that anymore, though. Oh, we are. Why is... oh, right. Oh, jeez. I never put the minecart on loader over here, so this has not been doing anything. They've just been driving in circles with all the iron over long distances. God damn. Well, I'll get to work. Silly minecarts. I don't know, we could technically make like one long snake of minecarts, but I don't know if that's gonna be a good idea. I think having them separate might be better. Whee. I guess the good thing here is that most of the acceleration they get downhill, they can use to get back uphill. Okay, now we're working over here again. And I actually think... wait, don't delete all that stuff that I don't want you to delete. Please, game. Oh, I missed one. Alright, stream raiders. Let's check up on you in just a moment. Here we go. Boop-a-doop. How is the speed difference of minecart to train on flat terrain according to your experience? Unknown. It would be unknown. Literally unknown. Okay, haste. Because... well, it depends. We'll get to that after this. Nuke that coin. So to see how sporadic these toads they walk, so if you take them out of range, then you're completely safe. As long as you get them taken out before like they get too close. But if you look at their stats, especially for the level 10s, they do 99 damage, which for most units is a death sentence, especially if they're not that high level. Even some melee units cannot withstand that without having a Centurion buff them with defense. That's why I put down the artillery, because the attack range is like so good. Bloop. Now, unfortunately, because all our rogues are dead, so big surprise there, we have to go around the map and clean up. We did have some rogues, didn't we? those ants had no chance. So now it's like, okay, you know, because all the units are all over the place, it's a bit more random who gets the coins, I guess. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's based off of how much damage you do. I don't know. Yeah, boy got that gold coin. My artillery actually managed to get one of the others. I guess it all balances out in the end. So, boy, you get 15 gold coins, and Tarsus you get 20. But, where would I see if I gained any extra gold coins from destroying that gold coin, though? Because I didn't notice anything, so either I'm blind or was not looking when it happened. Oh right, maybe it happens whenever you break the thing, and I was just not paying attention because... meh. More toads, just even more leveled up ones. So now the level 20s are dangerous because they do 199. Which, you know, a mage would be one-shotted. Centurion would be one-shotted, almost. I don't know if I don't think their defensive buff affects other units. But, That is definitely a concern. Think, yeah. Caution, wet floor. I guess that's all that water out there. So I think we want to like situate ourselves up here so that we don't stand right in front of these toads and get distracted by this coin. Give us a bit more like room to work with maybe. In this case, I would actually argue getting like a rogue in to take out these rocks early on would be nice. And then some kind of tanks. But yeah, putting units down here would be kind of silly, because you would just get yourself surrounded. Well, you would be able to distract the rats before we get closer, but that just clumps them together and might actually be worse than good. Anyways. Let's get back in here. So yeah, how's the speed difference of minecart to train on flat terrain according to your experience? I mean, trains will always be faster, regardless of whether or not. And the reason why I said unknown is because I thought you were referring to the wooden minecarts, which is unknown to me because these are brand new to the game and we don't have the steam locomotive unlocked. I believe the metal minecarts, they just allow us to maybe transport some other things. But on flat ground, I mean, the steam locomotive will always go faster because, you know, they have actual propulsion. We will see later then. Yes. I mean, in terms of the metal minecarts, yes. Trains will always be faster on flat ground. Because, you know, on flat ground, the minecarts will always travel at a fixed speed. Whereas for the train, it can travel faster if it gets propulsion. Otherwise, it can still drive the train, but it's really slow. It does still work though. So there's that. See here, rail unloaders. That's what I want. Yeah. Why did it? Oh, right. Because. Wait, is it not? What? Is that not allowed? Really? No, wait, that's... Oh. That's because there is a loader. I'm so fucking dumb. Just in case for later, we're doing this. There we go. Let's do one more. There we go. Upgrade the capacity of this building just so that it acts as a bigger buffer. Because these guards have a long way to go. Also, we can also make a different type of track. Like, I don't know if we can put metal minecarts on these, for instance, once we get the iron plate stored. So that's another thing that I'm unsure about. Which, maybe I should do that over here. Because this is like kind of turning into a smelting facility anyway. Where is it again? It's also that steam generator. Forge, there. Okay, so what would be the... Now we could do different things, of course. Like we could just add it here and then... Actually, I'm not even sure why are these houses even sort of put a pot like this. There's no reason for that, is there? There's absolutely no reason for that. But yeah, the tricky thing about the another thing, like a little PSA if you're curious about the whole town situation, is that everything has to be connected with road, which is a little bit of a problem in how I designed this place because of this belt. Because these two forges entrances are like closed off unless I do some really weird shit with some, you know, airway roads. And then there's this building that has to face this way so that the output doesn't automatically get put onto the belt here, since the reinforced planks, they go from these two buildings, and then after this building gets split off and then sent back the other way around, so that half of it gets put in here for later use. Making it a little bit more difficult to connect these with roads. And then we would also need houses somewhere, and of course all these buildings would have to be connected within the range of the town center as well, right? So it all has to come together. But the town center could probably be down here. And then we could like, yeah, there'll be a lot of mana shots here that'll go to waste, but... Or we could also just fill in this Mariana Trench setup here. Just completely fill it with fucking sand or whatever. That might be okay. Because again, also, the grass here might be useful for something later on if we build a city here. There's like so many things now that you need to consider that weren't really like a thing in the past, right? But I actually welcome it. I think it's an additive to the game. It's a bit of added complexity, but I think it's nice. And then let's go in railroad control, unloader, and because I put down those holes, it won't let me. A game. There we go. At least it put it in automatically because I had the buildings now first. Need to do the same for these. I got like a real conga line of disconnected wooden minecarts. We could connect all these, but meh. There might be like some like video game performance that you can gain from disconnecting these, I suppose. Or connecting these, sorry, I mean. So they're all like one entity instead of individual things. Yeah, now we should start getting ingots out of these. Let's see. Yes. Can do this similar setup that we do have somewhere else in our factory towns. Are they not unloading? They are unloading, okay. Oh right, there's coin boosters and some of this stuff. I forgot about that. Might want to remove that though, since we have buffed the overall production, and this one isn't even connected yet. There we go. Definitely enough nails going in. So these guys need reinforced wood. Okay. Are they not receiving any? And why would that be? Alright, this building over here. Oh, shoot. That makes sense. Although very annoying, but it makes sense. Like this then. Oh, this is now so much in there that I can't even... This annoys me. Not having those pillars always. Even though it's just a visual aesthetic, it kind of annoys me sometimes. Okay, so we're definitely getting stuff in here now. Well, we're definitely making pickaxes still, but it's just very, very slow. Because we were waiting for that reinforced wood to be crafted. The good thing is that these can be steam boosted as well. But we need to make some steam pipes first before we can do any of that. And that's also made in a forge. Okay, that's pretty simple. We can even do it in this production here. Jeez, do we really need even more like... Okay, you know what? Just because we can. So I think we can, yeah, we can pause this. So now it's like easier to... Wait, what? I have no idea why that thing went faster. Is it just me or does it look like that card is going a little bit faster now? Yeah, this is like an actual train, but just out of pure minecarts. So this is like having a conveyor belt, except a conveyor belt that can stack like 10 items per like belt node, and you know, doesn't always go all the way around, but does have the added flexibility. So maybe a little bit overkill instead of using conveyor belts, but the benefit is that, you know, it can take up less space hopefully. Just need to figure out how many of these we need to connect to each other in order to supply. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 2, so that's 14, so that's 114, but you know, whatever, they can store 10 each. So if we added 17 minecarts onto each other, then they could restock every single one every loop. What? Train unloader. Oh, these were, oh, these are train unloaders. My bad. I don't know why there's a difference between minecart and train unloaders, other than like the name and their settings. Because they're at the end of the day, they're just railway unloaders and unloaders. Loaders. Loady load. Cool. Okay, so that's more of those produced. But since we have more than enough of these, let's see, where is it? Always at the bottom of the barn. I'm thinking that for this, let's just do so. And then add this splitting thing in there. Because then we can always extend if we want to do other stuff. Oh yeah, and that was one more thing. Let's do steam pipe on that one, steam pipe on that one. And then do these other two as plates. then we can take the forge there. Let's just add it right next to it, actually. Oh, right. I forgot. That needs to be down there. Well, that's even better then, because I don't... Yeah, there's nothing that's going underneath here that would be problematic, I don't think. Oh. Let's extend this. Oops. Also double whoops. Let's not let these carts waiting, eh? Minecart unloader. Remember to use the right one this time. Oh no, wait, we did get the coal one. Now the question is, I think we're still getting enough coal through, believe it or not, just for these. That's cool. This setup is more than adequate enough. It definitely beats having 3 mines than 9 workers manually harvesting it by hand. I do like the physics aspect of like of railways stuff in this game. It's very like it's got this weird like cute aspect to it for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Don't know why this was still running off of like a cart. The speed up of carts running downhill is really nice, mate. Yeah, that acceleration. And it's so satisfying to see too for some reason. Like so slow and then like, you know, it's for the same reason that you play Roller Coaster Tycoon, I would wager. Now I don't know if like these carts are affected negatively, like if I were to connect them together and they go uphill, I don't know if they would go slower because they're connected. I know with the locomotives, they use fuel based off of the string that you put them on. So the more cars you put onto them and whether or not they have to go up or down in inclination will determine their fuel consumption. So if they have a lot of cost and need to go up a very long hill, they'll use a lot of fuel to get up there. And as such, it might be a good idea to have a fueling station just, you know, before or after such an inclination, depending on probably after more, because you're going to consume it and then restock after, so that they don't end up going super slow. Yeah, but this is working out nicely. Okay, so metal rails. Also made in the machine shop, requiring wooden rails. And I guess preferably we would use the wooden rails stored in this building, but well, how would we make that work? I guess we would be using the iron production over here that's currently not automated entirely. Somehow I managed to get the... Huh. Oh, right, you can do that. What do you know? Guess I forgot about that feature. Let's drag this mine down, actually, though. because we can. Doop, doop. I guess for these you could also have a railway going around picking up the iron and sending it into this barn here. But I don't think the need around this place is that high yet. So to make those rails we needed iron plates, which we're also coincidentally making over here. We actually have 2 entire buildings. I think those were actually set up so that I could use them for that purpose specifically. Alright, Cellfire, see you later. Thanks for dropping by and have a good rest of your day. I hope. Contemplating if I should just do like... I know I could have built like a wooden bridge or whatever, but... meh. But I'm contemplated whether or not I could do with just... yeah, we can just make do with a loop-de-loop here. Just a single line instead. Oops. It's like one a bit too much. There we go. And of course that's something you have to consider if you're making a loop like this, is that if you have multiple carts that are connected coming through, of course they need to be able to pass through. So if the wagon line is too long, it'll just get stuck, right? So if it's 6 or more long, then it won't be able to go around that turn. Okay. Wait. This is not where this is gonna go. Fuck. I was getting a little bit ahead of myself. I don't know why I keep going in there, because the barn is literally on my hotbar right there. I hope it's annoying you, because that would be kind of funny to me. But you know. Okay, so we'll put the conveyors in there. And reserve this for iron plates. Remove that. And let's see. Mine card loader. Oh, and we need to specify. Oh, fuck. Chat, why didn't you stop me? What is it that we can't do with these wooden minecarts? Processed stuffs. So this won't even work. Oh well. Fiddlesticks. Well, I guess it's a caravan then. That's also just perfectly fine. You gotta figure out, so what? Yeah, but I've already built the entire railway thing and flattened the ground and all that stuff. Hmm. Wait, those are the wrong things. Those are not conveyors. There we go. Still though, would have been nice if someone had reminded me. Can't even remember, is it in here? No. Okay, where do we make the metal rails? Machine shop, okay. Oh yeah, and there's 2 recipes for this, and I think the conclusion was that it would be faster to do it with the wooden rails than doing it like piece by piece, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So we just transfer it across the road to this one. And then we put a grabber onto this. Yeah, and it's 2 metal ingots per thing, but it's probably gonna be hella slow. So 1 conveyor will probably be more than enough. Yeah, as expected. Like it'll fill up with iron plates before it finishes doing the thing. But I guess we can make steam boosters now, huh? But yeah, we can make like metal rails, which I have no idea what the difference between them and wooden ones are. The speed maybe? Slow but steady, faster movement of rail cars. Locomotives with fuel can move especially fast. Okay, so you can basically make your things move faster with this. Also, this is like a terrible spot for making rails, actually. Like it's right next against the fucking town center and houses and stuff. But hey, we can upgrade now. Yeah, so now we get a house increase of 6 every time instead of 4. Right, so the house max also increases as you get further. Jewelry, deep mining, steam engine. Yeah, and this is like one of those cases where you can see this is made by one person, because I know exactly where this texture asset comes from. Because I have the same texture asset package. I used it in a game that I've made as well. Alright, we need to sort of also supply these guys with reinforced planks. Oh shit. I forgot to put in the other filters on this thing. Crap. I don't want those reinforced planks to go to waste. Oh well. Kinda need more iron here though. So is it because they can't keep up? Because of course could do something about that. Like we could even do this. Check out Stream Raiders in a moment. Okay, that should do that. So we can just make more mines around it. 31 units. Everyone's down here like really want to get onto these toads. Well, the idea was to like get some range between us and the toads, but okay. I guess we'll just put some haste onto these guys up here. And my epic units is like gonna freaking bugger off when we're taking out those ants and stuff. Well, not exactly how I planned this to go. What is this guy doing? Rip epic unit. It's not exactly how I hoped that would go, but yeah, you guys down here are just gonna get squashed. I don't know, weren't these like high level? Yeah, 2 level 20s. Those are the problem. They have so many hit points. But fortunately it didn't jump within striking distance, so we should have this now. No, we do have this now, because Prophet has this flying rogue and ants can't attack flying. Oh well. We did it. We did it, chat. Tarsus, you get a free flag-bearing scrolls. Free flag-bearer scrolls. And boy gets a bomber's. No, not a bomber, a buster scroll. You're welcome. They're randomly distributed, and what I've noticed is that, yeah, we're going down. That it seems to favor people that are active in stream chat. So, and you know, remember, being active doesn't necessarily mean participating actively in chatting, but also just having the stream, you know, up and running. You do need to have the volume on in the actual stream, but as some people taught me, you can actually mute the tab, like if you're on Chrome, for instance, or any other browser. I assume all browsers allow for it, but you know, I don't know for sure. But you can like mute the browser tab, but it'll not count as being muted on Twitch, and that way you're actually still an active user in terms of Twitch terms, so to speak. Volume on. I love silence. Well, you'd be surprised. Some people are like that. For various reasons. Like, there are some cases as well where I've had like a tab muted, but still been in stream to support one of my fellow streamers, for instance. Like, that's how you would maybe use it. Because maybe I don't want to get distracted while I'm working on something for various reasons, but I will still be in chat. And it mostly has to do with how Rimworld and Twitch Toolkit works together. Done lurking, okay, sister, but isn't it like super late, or were you just up early today? Knowing you and stuff. Guess we can use this mine to get rid of all this stuff. Okay, let's look at some research. As expected, we have some more things now. Cargo ships. I wonder if those are any good. I don't think I've ever used them. But since we're on a water-heavy map, it could be interesting to try and make use of those, just for funsies. Ooh, and we can directly upgrade into deep mining, so... Or research deep mining. Yeah, I know how it works. And the steam engine. And that unlocks the steam locomotive. Which unlocks rail freight cars. So we can technically make rail locomotives now. We even have the resources for it. Very large amounts of coal, ores, grain, and other granular bulk cargo can only load and unload at train stops. See, that is the trade-off with trains, if you use them together with the cars, that you need a train stop to unload them, right? So they're intended for long distance travels. So for instance, like this long ass travel here. So you would load them onto a train station down here, drive them all the way across to like somewhere nearby, maybe here, and then use rail like minecarts for the rest of the way to where it's supposed to be distributed. No, I'm up late yesterday. Okay. I am up late yesterday. That's a very interesting way of putting it. So if we put this on here. Okay, so they can also only carry raw goods. That's a little bit annoying. So I guess... Oh, these can drive by themselves? Surely not forever. That would be kind of weird. That seemed to be slowing down, maybe? But that is kind of weird. Huh. Yes, these can transport pretty much anything, I guess. Don't know how I feel about that. I guess it would mean I would need to convert this barn into a train stop. I'm up late yesterday, but accurate. Yeah, because before I was like just having silos here and there, and then loading, because that was before the boxcars and all that was introduced, so you would just offload into these and unload with these, so you would like have them, whatever, you know, full of coal or whatever it may be. And then you would do a train loader. I guess type of rail transfer block that loads cargo and fuel into all types of rail cars. I mean, these are just presets, of course, but I don't know if you can do this anymore. I mean, it's not complaining about me placing it there, and it's highlighting, but maybe that's because it's fuel. Can only load and unload at a train stop. Can only unload and load at a train stop, and the same with this one. Is that actually true? I assume it is, because why would the game lie to me? But how would I figure out? I guess we can just do like a little loop-de test here. So if we do a metal rail, I guess it doesn't have to be metal rail, but since we get the resources back, I'm not too fussed about it. I guess we'll just do a box car. And then a rail loader. Yep, definitely is not getting anything. That means we need a train station. Oh god, these are expensive. But for all intents and purposes, these function like a barn. They just have like many more storage slots, as you can see. But I don't think they go up that high in quantity, which is the trade-off. I can't remember how high they go. Yeah, let's just use this water as an example. I know I could have hooked it up to the pipes, but this is what I'm doing now. And I guess here I could have made this pipe underground, but meh. That was before when I didn't know that you could do this. That might actually be a use case where it might be more practical to do it this way. Because you can put that underneath the farms where they're like being fed in and not use a lot of space, I suppose. Okay, they can store like a lot of stuff. I don't remember how high the limit goes. But you can also, oh, there it is. Why didn't I just open this up? It says right there, 200. So they can store quite a lot of stuff. And having more inventory spaces means that they're a little bit more flexible with what you put in there. But that does mean that we would need a train station at both ends instead of this. Well, I totally forgot about this thing. There's also this rail unloader right into that store there. Okay. Let's get all these rail cars just removed temporarily. So how do we go about upgrading this railway? Now that is something I want to know. Okay, we can do just that. Oh, that's nice. That's very convenient. We'll just delete this because... yeah. Okay. Reinforced. Iron ore. And then we can also say, like, for the time being, we don't want anything into these so that it doesn't fill up with, you know, unnecessary amounts of stuff. I need another train station on the other end. Of course, we'll need a slight modification to our rails, I think. As you can see, you can like integrate these into your systems in a lot of various ways. Reinforced. Iron or... Actually, I should just have copied the other one. That would have been a little bit faster. Can I? Nope. Damn, you guys are putting down all the epic units right now. Oh yeah, I should probably also mention this. I'll have to leave in like half an hour because I actually have to make food today. But I'm also streaming tomorrow. I haven't quite made up my mind on what to stream, but we'll see. Maybe some Rise to Ruins, or if you guys have a suggestion on what to stream tomorrow, then let me know. But if you say Rimworld, then I'll have to disappoint you and say not yet. I'm not quite ready for it. It's getting there though. Ooh, we could do something fun here. Okay, so these can have like an inventory of 50 in them. Holy hell. That is a lot. Oh, right. Fuck. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do something clever, chat. And then I'm like, fuck, I forget. You can't do that. Can't do that. Like, I really just want to transport the reinforced planks from the station over into the general store. Is that too much to ask for? I think you can modify that too, by the way. Like in the game, like scenario settings, you can technically modify it so that it allows you to do that. But I didn't, so. Well, I guess that just means that, well, I mean, we might as well use these up here anyway, but... It does kind of suck, though. I could also put a locomotive onto these still, right? Right? Let's put that there. Yes. So you can use the locomotive to make them go around faster, but I don't think it matters on flat ground, maybe? I don't know. Actually don't know. I mean, these will go start, like if I stop and start them, you can see that they get like an initial extra acceleration to get started, but they do slow down over time down to their normal speed. At which point, like, if you just put down this locomotive with some starting water, oh, they also need water and fuel, right? So this will catch up to them. So this answers that question, like, is a locomotive faster than rails wagons on their own? And the answer is yes. And then I suppose we go down here and we select metal rails. I want to have like an overview of how many I have. 200, right? So we don't have that many of these. So they should be able to drive much faster on these. But maybe it only matters for the locomotive. I think it said here, allows faster movement of rail cars. Locomotives with fuel can move especially fast. Doesn't seem like these are driving faster on these. I don't know, maybe it's because they're connected or something. Whoa, okay. That might actually have been a thing. That is going by like around like super fast now. Well, what do you know? Okay, anyway, let's try and setting up this locomotive though. Let's just do this. And I guess we would need a... So what can we actually put into this hopper car? Okay, so just raw resources. So this is like an overglorified, like, it's not really that much, honestly. What the hell? What's the point of that? A metal minecart takes up half the space and can take half as much, so it takes up as much space as the hopper car. Grain. No, but I mean, like, if you look at what we can transport with this, it's the same. You can transport the same things. And I assume the idea, unless these are more fuel efficient because it's 1 unit instead of 2 units, that's the only difference I could see. So like they require less fuel because it's like 1 wagon instead of 2. But the storage capacity of this is the equivalent of having 2, you know, regular metal minecarts. And the metal minecarts are cheaper to make. So there has to be some other benefit, otherwise why would you ever use the hopper? Because the hopper is harder to integrate than the minecarts, because they have the added benefit that you can put things onto them and unload them anywhere, right? It doesn't care, right? And they can store the same things, so not too sure what that's about. Anti-grain. This is not Rimworld, Sistra. Yeah, we can like put a box car on here. which can then be used to transport. Oh fuck, that was not what I wanted. You didn't see anything, chat. I totally didn't just accidentally delete that whole building full of resources. Fuck. Oops. I intended to delete this thing. So this can transport 50, right? But it can transport all resources. So in this case, these, there's no point in putting iron ore and stuff on, like that in these. Because they only have one storage slot anyway. And then I guess the tank is for the fluids, right? Which I don't even remember. I don't think you could move fluids around before. So this is new. Well, I guess you could. See what? Wife just caught my attention. Anything funny happened? I may have deleted this train station earlier by accident. I mean, you have, you know, infinite resources in this game, so it's not like they went to waste, right? They just appear in here, but now there's, I mean, by now there's like 600 plus iron ore in there for no reason. Which is, you know, not preferred. Why things always happen when wife is calling? I don't know. But I guess there's no reason to not use a boxcar, or sorry, the other thing. But I guess I assume the water and fuel, does that also have to be loaded by a I need to test this before I do something. Water pump. That's new. I don't think that was in the game before. Before, when I played, the steam was literally just for boosting the buildings themselves. I don't think the water pump was a thing. That's cool. Or maybe it was and I'm just talking shit, but what can you do? So rail loader, okay. So if I make a steam locomotive here that starts with some water and some other things. Okay, so that does load up with fuel. Okay. So that means the locomotive can be loaded by the rail loaders. Good to know. Okay, you know what, chat? Let's do one more iron ore here, but then also let's do some coal. Cool. Oh yeah. There's also like oh, here it is. This is a quick access menu that they just added as like a very recent thing. Oh shit. Okay, so I do have to remove this to rebuild it to... So like the idea here is that, oh, quick access into different things. So if you press EAC, then you get the wooden rails, right? I see. You can of course also click on these as expected. So what's in logistics? Rail loader and unloader. See, this could be very useful to get used to. Then you almost don't even need a hotbar anymore. Now the question is, if we get coal in here, which these rail cars aren't moving that fast. Try this. So if we send a train down now, will this fill up with coal is the question. Yes, it will. Cool. Okay. Just testing. So that means we can just make do with a hopper car and a box car. And then sort of send this off, I guess. Almost. Actually, we need to put a filter on this thing. Reinforced planks. Let's just, for good measure's sake, put the iron ore in that one so it doesn't get loaded up with coal by accident. Oop. And maybe we want more. Ah, okay, so you can also add them in here. Huh. Yeah, these are wooden rails, so it doesn't go as fast yet. Actually, I think maybe this is gonna be okay. Do have a good amount of iron rails now. Guess you can kind of like make them a little bit sparingly. In the more critical places to begin with and then do the rest. I think we do have enough for the whole stretch though. This kind of reminds me of the Danish railway system. Instead of having that whole thing up here, let's just move it down where... Actually, we could put water in here too. Water. Let's just do this just because I feel like trying it. There we go. Yeah, that is very easy, isn't it? Now that should
Submit!
fuel up. A follow from Tarsus. Alright, Tarsus. See you later. Hopefully. And have a good rest of your day as well. Yeah, got like 15 minutes or so. What's Stream Raiders like? Oh, that's like 1 minute away, so that will also be the last Stream Raiders fight, probably. Because I won't get to do another one in time. So only if it's like coincidentally important fight, the next one will we do it directly. Yeah, this whole railway connection here is like not going to be useful. Well, maybe apart from this section here. Because I'll need to like convert this one into a train station for it to use. And then I need to convert this into a train station instead of a barn to be used. Oh man. I also need to get stone into this if it becomes a station. Which we do have some stone here, but limited supply. Oh man, like... Well, let's get to it. There's not really much else that can be done about that. So where would you go for train stations in this quick access? It's not under paths. Storage utility maybe? Train station. So if we do like this... Of course, the tricky thing being that we kind of want a path to loop around this building, but that's doable. Okay, let's just do the last Stream Raiders for today, potentially. Don't want to promise anything, but let's see. Oh shit, we've got like 4 epic units in here. Holy shit. You guys are nutty. I'm kind of tempted to give you guys a speed buff over here. Then me and the rest will take care of the back line, hopefully. Just because you're right up against a bunch of worms that will kill you if you're not too fast enough. Seems to be working okay. You're getting low on HP though, because all the support units decided to go downwards instead of splitting into a group of you. Why is this... Oh. For some reason that archer was highlighted. You are doing pretty well though. 20 seconds wasn't enough to place the last unit. Fiddlesticks. Got him. Let's see who gets these rewards. Boy, you get free flag bearers. Sister, you get a buster, and Sebastian gets 10 coins. Julio. More gold. More gold is required. Yeah, we will. It's still a far way to the skin box, so we'll just call the Stream Raiders there for today. Sad face. But such is life. Short and fleeting. Don't want that to become too deep though. Sad. Yeah, sorry, Sistra. And I know I could technically start up the Stream Raiders fight and then you could place units and, you know, I would start it off stream, but no one's convinced me that that's a good idea yet, so. And also, you know, when I stop streaming, I don't want to have to go back and think about that kind of stuff. Okay, let's set this thing up. And then rocks. Is that what it's called? Stone. But yeah, so it's like regarding the stream, potential stream tomorrow, it's like that dilemma which kind of forced me to do some things on my sort of Twitch. That's not it. So down here, I've exchanged the Streamlabs schedule for this historical schedule instead, which is based off of videos. So it basically takes a streamer's like VODs, and then it creates a dynamic schedule instead. Well, if anyone does convince you that it's a good idea, it won't be me. Okay, Sisra. That almost sounds like reverse psychology. You do know that, right? But yeah, this schedule is like created dynamically based off of my video content. So the problem with the one I had before was that it was similar to this, which was like Tuesdays and Wednesdays as like very frequent, like as guaranteed streams, and the same for Fridays and Saturdays. But as you can see from this dynamic one, I haven't been able to like keep up with that schedule, right? So I've been doing more streams during the Fridays than Saturdays. I think this might be more beneficial because I can't really do like a solid stream schedule always, since if I'm modding stuff, that ends up taking the entire day. And if I'm configuring Rimworld stuff, then I'm also not streaming, right? So I could be, but it doesn't sort of appear to me as good streaming content, if you know what I mean. So I hope you understand. Since a lot of it is just like constantly loading Rimworld. Okay, what was the other one? That was the Rails, right? So it's like either I would set a specific day where I would not consistently be streaming, and then that day would just be completely out of the question, which I also don't want. Or I have it more dynamically set, which I do now, which allows me to like take days out of the stream scheduling in order to do modding stuff and such, with the intention of making the streams better, of course. And sometimes it just, you know, makes you so exhausted that even if I could technically early in the day do some modding stuff and then later in the day do some streaming, I just don't have the mental capacity and energy to do both. So that's just a little bit of an update for that whole situation, if you will. So if you're having trouble getting to my streams, then that is perfectly understandable. That's just the world we live in. Okay, so offloader. Control E into the workers section, find the steam locomotive. Wow. Sort of pause that. We just need to fuel this sucker I just remembered. It's okay though. Okay, so we need to transport stone and rails on this, pretty much. Okay, so we just need a hopper and a boxcar, and that should do the trick. Set this one to stone, and then set this one to wooden rails. I don't know, I don't think we need more than this, because I mean, we can always add another boxcar, which is at most what I think we might end up needing. Oh, this is a rail unloader? Oh, right, it doesn't have any cargo. Oh, that looks really silly. But it does work. Can make a full loop-de-loop. But before we use up the fuel on that one, where's our coal coming in? That's coming in over here. So if we add just one more slot for coal and water, maybe, just so we do it all at the same station. And then we could expand this railway cheekily around the corner like so. Damn it. Just making use of what we already have. Eh. That was weird. No idea why that minecart was like stuck. Oh, maybe it's because it was already on the bend before I removed that path. That's probably why. Oof. Okay, so it is in here, right? Loader. We just need some water. It's just a well. Okay, I'm a little bit of a fan of just being able to pipe them up like that. It's way cleaner, but for some of the more complex setups, I'll probably do it above ground. We'll see. So just picked up the wooden rails. Oh, right, but we also need to load the thing. So, yeah, we can do that. Okay. Oh, we need to do it in... right. This has to be specifically stone, though. Because otherwise we end up putting wooden rails back into where they're not supposed to be. That also means... Wait, do we actually need to do that? Yes, we do. But what about this one then? When it passes by here? Yeah. Item filters. Can we put on multiples? I hope we can. No, we cannot. But that's a problem. That's a bit of a problem because we don't want to... How would you do that? Or is it because I didn't use the loader, maybe? No. It like gets the water but not the fuel. Okay. Well, we can do something that will work. Just here. Hello. If we do a silo onto this, I guess I didn't need to have that distance there. We can probably do it with the pipes as well, right? Yes. And then we use the rail loader like before here, but then just set that to cold. Because then we don't run into the situation where it takes the rails that it just delivered and puts them back onto the train right after. Because that's what we want to avoid, right? It's not as elegant a thing. I would have hoped that we could put more things through this loader, but oh, maybe maybe you can do this actually. Hold on. Maybe that actually works. If I just set it to fuel, maybe that's why that is there. Has to do like a loop before we get to see it though. Drive faster. We're just burning fuel right now, but that's okay. So if it refills with water when it goes in there, and it did. Okay, so we don't need that actually. We just need to not put it on to cargo. Cool. Excellent. So far so good. Then we can put these mines on here. And these get that happiness efficiency. Choo choo! Oh yes. Absolutely. But yeah, so these buildings get the happiness bonus. So this is like... Well, actually only one of them does? Wait, what? Ah, right. Wait, how does this one get the happiness bonus? How is that like close enough, but this... Huh? How? Is that because it extends along the path by a certain amount? It doesn't look like it. I mean, there's literally no reason why it should... Unless it's that green range in which it's in, like, counts as well. That might actually be it. Oh well, it's something. It's definitely something. Oh, we have stone coming on with this train, which of course the unfortunate thing is because this rail loader is on the middle of the track, it'll stop by this place twice. It doesn't... Yeah. It doesn't drive around that station on one way, or ignore it on one direction. That's okay though. But hey, that's pretty cool. Then this building is being supplied with the stone required to make the wooden rails. Apparently this building here is not working fast enough. I know why as well. Let's get some of this craziness out of the way. Leave some of these paths. Yeah, okay, I do actually need to end the stream. Wait. How is this getting the happiness buff by not being connected? I'm conflicted now as to why that is. Oh well. It's a video game. But yeah, let's build this and then end the stream for today at least. There we go. Because after all, you need 2 wood in order to make 1 plank, so if you don't do anything else, you know, both buildings, if they're within the range of houses, are also going to get the same happiness buff, so they're gonna work twice as fast, both of them, right? And in terms of time, like, this produces 1.9 a second and this one produces 1.9 a second, but that also means that this one uses, you know, 90% more wood. So even though you're producing 90% more out of this one building, that's still like only half of what it actually needs when it needs 2 logs per craft, that is. Anyways, so that is Factory Town for today. So let's get into this thing here. I don't know if you saw, were here when I tried this the other day, Sistra, but I've got this thing now. So basically, it lists any follows that I've gotten throughout the stream and any moderators that are on, and I can also put on like subscribers and that stuff. It would be nice if the credits, actually that's is actually kind of weird. Hold on, because Banana Move did give me that donation today. Oh, it doesn't show there. Does it? Let me try something here. I don't know why that wasn't enabled. I might have to say roll credits again. Let's see if this works. There we go. There, Banana Move donor. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, Captain Lamia also started doing this, which is kind of cool. Because I was having trouble like ending streams on like have a good end screen for stream endings. So this is what we got now. Just it's a bit more clean, for like a better words. Could raid Merle Fox if you're wanting to see some Rimworld. Or we could also just end it here. Of course, I still have the background music of the game running, but you know, there's not much I can do about that when the game's running in window full screen. Yeah, let's say hi to Merle Fox. New followers? Maybe. That's a good point. I'll update it with that. I should be able to do it at least. Let's raid Merle Fox here. Say hi. And thanks for dropping by, everyone.